Whoa, this is so atmospheric. This music is really putting me into a mood that I'm not used to. Wow, I feel like I'm in the future where everybody is turned into Donkey Kong. Oi, oi, what's up? Hey, it's Origination. Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing in my chat? Just kidding. Hello there. How are you doing? Hope your day was good. Alchemic, a little DK wave. We waving the DK. Oi. How's everybody doing? It's extra late. It's extra late. Not late for some of you. Ocean Wolf, what's up? How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. We're getting ready to fall. Getting ready to fall for some guys. I guess, right? Oh my goodness. Okay, I've got like a couple more things. Almost ready for the stream. Almost ready for the stream. I could have been getting ready before, but actually, the problem is that I got totally sidetracked with Tetris 99. I've been playing Tetris 99 a lot recently. There's like an event right now where you can get a bunch of different skins, but you have to like play each day. So today is a free skin for Metroid Dread, and it's so cool. It's all atmospheric. Whenever you kill people, then they turn into like Metroids. It's very fun. Also huge thing in Tetris 99. I got the highest ranking that I've ever gotten before. I'm excited. Highest ranking that I've ever got. I got second place. I was so freaking close. I was so close. I was down to the last two people, but I got totally crushed. I didn't have a chance, actually. I did not have a chance beating that last person because I was already in a bad place, but I got second. I want to keep playing Tetris. I might play it live. I'm not sure. I might stream it in between games or something as like a little time sync, but I guess I gotta set up my Switch if I want to do that. Oi, Innocent Alex, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, Alex. Hope you're doing fantastic. Hello there. Welcome. We will be streaming very soon. I guess we're streaming right now, aren't we? I guess I am. But we're gonna be playing Fall Guys. Fallen. And I think what skins are available right now? What's in the shop? What's in the shop over here? I'm trying to take a little look. We got Baloo. What? We got Baloo the Bear and King Louie. I never knew that they were gonna make Disney counterparts, but they also have it's literally what we were talking about yesterday. We were literally talking about Jungle Book and why it's troublesome. Why is Luigi there? That's who's gonna be streaming with me. That's Origination, my fellow stream team member. They will be playing. Also, hi Felix, what's up? Oi. I see. Felix finally found me on Twitter, and I don't know how I feel about it. Felix found me and followed me, so I had to follow Felix. And well, you know how Felix is. They're old skins. They just re-added them. Oh yeah, these were probably added during the Jungle expansion, right? I'm just glad that I get to know Felix better than I ever did before. Wow, I now know Felix so well, better than lots of people that I know. But there's some things that I know about Felix that I do not know about other so-called friends of mine. So-called friends? My treasure. You are the treasure, Felix. You are the treasure. Socials? I don't have any socials. Oh no! I don't have a socials command, but I need to add one because I have a Twitter. But it's just at the Earl of Suds. It's just exactly the same as my username. You said the Sonic event. Oh, it's next. I thought that you said that it was on. Fiddlesticks. I want to get a Sonic character for this game. It'd be exciting. Let me see. Is this music too chill? Is this music to play games to? I don't know. It's kind of chilling me out. I'm like gonna fall asleep. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna. Oops. Fell asleep now. What's that green combo? What green combo in the game? In the shop? Green combo. Like is it a coloring? Burning circuits. Ooh. Oh, this Game On. This one. Ooh, I like this. I'm actually gonna buy this. Is this what you were talking about? Music too chill. Pump up the jams. All right, deal. All right, we'll pump up the jams. Let's put on some. What about Mario Kart music? Like Mario Kart racing music?
That's my favorite. That's my favorite. That makes me want to go fast. I want the nostalgic. Yes, happy and nostalgic. That's what I need. There we go. Now we're ready to win some Mario Kart. Carefully, you might run into a wall like me. In this game, you have to listen. You have to grab walls in this game, okay? Hey, listen, that's all part of the game now. Don't worry about running into walls. That's all too natural. This happens just naturally enough. You got a link to that Top Hat playlist? What? A link to that playlist? I mean, I can give you one. Are you trying to, we trying to play the same music? We could sync it up. We can sync it up over call and be like 1, 2, 3, and barring like Discord's lag, we could just listen to the exact same thing. Okay, we could sync it up. Did y'all ever do that with phones with your friends whenever nobody had any wireless speakers? Maybe we were just poor, but we used to take like multiple phones and we'd try to sync up the exact same music at the exact same time and just like reset them and then have two speakers playing the same music because we didn't have anything else. It's all we had. Let me see. Checking my Discord. I'm getting ready for some Fall Guys. Origin, do you need some time to get ready? Because if you do, then I'll play some rounds. I'll play some rounds and warm up. But if you're ready to go, we could call right now. We can do whatever you need to do, whatever you would like to do. Don't believe Kenny has legs? Check out what is that? What? Oh, that's my Instagram. Nice. Okay, thank goodness we've got the Instagram. Woo. Oh, you're ready? You're ready, Origin? Okay. I'm so nervous. I'm gonna be talking with somebody new. Oh no. Socializing. I don't want to socialize right now. Just kidding. You don't have enough purple monies for the green suit? Well, shucks. What are you gonna do about it? Callie? You gonna play some games? You gonna play some games and get some coins? I certainly hope so. Yo, you ready? Freddy's ready. Okay, wait. We could just start the call right now. Why not? We'll call Origin. I'm gonna call Origin on my cell phone, and we're gonna talk to a Harvest Team member. I'm so excited. That's your Insta command. You weren't actively using Twitter. That's true. I need to make a socials. In fact, do I have my sticky notes are in here? Fiddlesticks. How am I supposed to remember anything if I can't stick anything? My entire desk is non-sticky. That's unacceptable. We need a stickier desk so that I can just slap paper onto it. Can you get more once you hit the end of the bar, level 100? Are you at level 100 right now, Callie? How good are you at this game? Oh my gosh. What the heck? Callie, are you at level 100? You get coins from just normal stuff. Like if you just play the game, you get free coins. Like they just pay you. They pay you in coins, and then they pay you in the currency for the battle pass. And then after you finish the battle pass, you get the missions will give you crown shards. That's how it works. You have some friends coming by for RPG night. What? What kind of RPG are y'all playing? What RPG are we playing together? I'm gonna switch. Should I switch to Fall Guys? I guess I could in a second. But RPGs, I've not played a lot of RPGs, like actually physically. You're saying that you have friends coming by. So I'm like an actual board, actual pieces. I've never played this. I have barely played any games that even have dice. I'm a non-traditional gamer. I'm non-traditional. But yeah, I do still have Gloomhaven, which I keep thinking about. It's sitting underneath our TV, so I cannot ignore it anymore. It is sitting there waiting to be played, waiting to be set up, and I have not done it. I'm not ready. I'm not physically ready for this. But yeah, I'm gonna call Origin. We're gonna play some Fall Guys. We're gonna start falling. Why not? My poor little brain has been fried today. Starting stream at a different time really changes things for you. I should have freaking just started the stream earlier, and then we could have just played some games together. But I don't know why. I don't know why I put it off. But I played Tetris. That's what I should have done. I should have played Tetris with y'all so that y'all can see how bad I am at Tetris 99. But sometimes I do good. It's all dependent on the lobby. Like sometimes I'll make it into second place like today, and then sometimes right after that round I like died at 90. It was awful. There's some obscure tabletop stuff you've never heard of. Oh, so you're not the RPG friend, Calico. Your friend is the RPG friend. Okay, I understand. So they're dragging you into this. You're becoming an RPGer. Okay, I see. Do you want to stay on just chatting? I'm gonna switch over to maybe switch over to Stumble Chumps whenever we actually start playing. I don't know if Origin and I are gonna like get in a conversation. How do you normally start up? Just chat. Oh, hang on. If you're still in the chat lobby, I'm not lobby. I'm sorry. Hi lobby. I meant to say hi. I meant to say hi to you. But yeah, we can chat it up, Origin. I don't know if has Origin started. I don't know if Origin has started, but you can do just chatting with your peeps for a little bit, and I'll do it with mine. Or we can just start like this. That's the real question is, what do you normally do? Stop the nodding. Stop nodding at me. Stop. No nodders. No. You're making me nervous. Little troublemaking Pepe's in the corner. Also, Scott B, what's up? How are you doing? I'm going to be playing some games with my stream team member. Stop it, Felix. I'm going to remove that. Just kidding, I would never. I can't get rid of Pepe. There's not enough Pepega in this chat, to be honest. It's something that I need to work on. We need more of those little green gremlins causing mischief and mayhem. Like, we need some Pog ones. Some Pog with the little hands on the head. Ah! That's what I need. I need some more cursed emotes, I'm gonna be honest. My emotes they're somewhere in the middle between cute and cursed. Some of them are slightly cursed, and most of them are pretty cute, but they're sitting on the line. I need one or the other. Oh, that's that steer on there. Nice. That's me and Fall Guys behind the wheel of a little bean with like one bone through his body, and he's flopping around. This is me in the Fall Guys mech suit. It's getting dangerous out there. You gotta be careful piloting them. They're stumbly chums. I don't fully understand what Origin is doing, so I'm just gonna call them and see if they answer, and if they don't answer, then we ain't gonna call. Then I'll give them some more time. Okay, whatever works. I'm gonna have to make sure that I mix this audio right. It's all mixy matchy audio. Why am I in this small screen? Why am I showing off my beautiful face? I don't know. I guess I was a little shy, but you know what? I've got a big head still. I still got a big head. You want peepo hay? What is this peepo hay? What is this peepo poo? We should make a Pepe survey. I don't know why that was making me laugh. A Pepe survey. Oh, it's a little wave. It's a cute little wave. I want a wave. I want my own wave. What are we playing today? We're playing Fall Guys with a friend. Fall Guys with a friend lobby. We're gonna be playing with Origin's here.
Hello there. I have push to talk on.
Oh, splendid. I have a little toggle that I can turn on and off. We'll show you. I'm just trying to mix your audio. Can you like introduce yourself and like do a little dance?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Wait, do a little dance. What do you mean?
I'll be able to hear it through the mic.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Greetings and salutations. This is the Origination, coming at you live through the power of the internet, the godforsaken internet.
The stream powered by Spectrum. Okay, I think that you're coming through loud and clear. Are we ready for Fall Guys shenanigans?
I think we are.
Okay, then I've got my game launched. Are we friends on this thing?
Not yet. I do not think we are.
Not even friends. Unbelievable.
I know. I'm fake.
Not Spectrum. Fake friends. Fake friends will friend you on Steam, but not on Fall Guys.
Now, did you say Earl of Suds? Earl of Suds?
It's Earl O Sud. Just no plural and only an O in the middle.
That's where I was getting it wrong. Okay.
Yes, I am so sorry. Origin does have a lovely voice.
Right.
It's making me want to be a little bit deeper, you know. Oh yes, very lovely.
Adding this epic friend.
That's an epic friendship if I've ever seen one. There was 3 people that were trying to be friends. I'm sorry.
Oh, gotta back out so no one stream snipes me.
Oh yeah, gotta be really sneaky. This game's free to play. Anybody could get in. Oh, playing on the PlayStation, are we?
Yes, I am. I think I'm gonna put you off of. Push to Talk
lobby.
just
We'll
'cause
see
it's
you
easier
later.
to do everything at once.
We will see you later.
Oh yes, do what you must.
We didn't get everything technically ready before we started, so we we're learning on the job. Just check out my outfits anyway. I don't know if I want to be a long boy any longer. Maybe we could be matching. We should pick a matching pair of clothes.
We should.
We'll bemuse and anger everyone around us. Oh, thank you for the set
What
game.
is your favorite go-to?
I appreciate it.
Costume, yeah.
Oh yes. We're costuming. I've got a lot of costumes. Most of the free ones. I have played this game way too much this season. Way too much. I've been encouraged.
I was gonna ask. I've seen you play, and what would you say is your skill rating in this game?
Of myself?
Of yourself. Rate yourself.
Kind of depends, because I think
If you want.
that solo has elo in it, so like they calculate how good you are. I'm not too good at solo, but I don't know. I'd say I'm pretty good. I'd say that I'm an 8.
Oh, that's a darn good. That's a darn good rating. I was gonna say you better not rank yourself low, because
No. Like, there are some friends that have played that are in my chat sometimes, and they are way better than me. They're like 10s.
I'm setting up something here. Oh, that's not a good one.
But we're gonna get some crowns.
I think so. At least.
No,
I don't know about me.
I will drag you across the finish line if I must. We will win.
That'll be very good.
If
Thank
we
you.
can just get to the end and then get lucky, that's what I'm looking for.
Okay. I didn't have a picture set up for you, so I'm gonna try and
You don't
add you
have
on
to.
the fly.
You don't have to do anything like that. I just wanted your lovely Luigi face to grace my stream, just in case they were wondering.
Yeah. Wait, Calico Kitty says Origination has a lovely voice. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm on your chat.
Ah, you see, you sneaky. You're sneaky. I'm not
Yes.
in your chat. Oops.
Oops. It's okay. I totally understand.
Stalker alert. Oh no.
Excuse me?
I was just going through
Felix
speaking of, like-
Borealis.
Yeah. Felix?
Entirely in your chat.
Felix is a troublemaker. Don't listen to a word that Felix says.
Okay, I'll try. Not to, I mean. What?
I'll try to ignore them actively.
Let's see. Are you online? Have you accepted my...
Oh, I invited you. I'm sorry. I might be sneaky. I might be sneaking around. I probably have myself on invisible. I'm just inviting you in the game.
Could also be that I have to restart the game.
Oh, we're not real friends until you reset.
Yeah.
Watch out, I might just come to your chat. Felix!
Forgot.
Felix, actually, that would be awesome. That would actually be awesome if
Give
you
me a
did
second,
that.
y'all.
Almost ready to go, baby! Ooh. Could be that his request went to Steam. Good point. That's true. That happened to you the other day? Well, yeah, on Steam for Epic. Yeah, that's weird. You mean that a PlayStation person, like, sent you a
I'm loading
thing?
back in now.
Ah, yes. It's possible, apparently, that they can send the request to Steam.
Oh, is someone trying to troubleshoot?
We got some troubleshooters.
Wow.
We're trying to shoot that trouble down. So Texas way.
Y'all are so cool.
Listen, we got some professionals in this chat, all right?
I think so.
Make us look like chumps, all right?
Oh, yeah, that was a good question, a good follow-up question. So regarding playing with the community, do you often open like just a lobby? Noodle!
Oh,
I see you!
is that your friend, Noodle?
That is my friend.
Hi, Noodle.
Really cute, really cool, individual.
What a cute emote, my goodness. Hi, Noodle.
Yeah. I have a timer going on that sort of shouts you out periodically. I hope every 30 minutes is enough.
Is that enough?
It has to be more.
Yes, we gotta crank up those numbers. It's in my contract. Did you read through that, right?
Yes, just now actually.
Yeah, just finished it. It says "Love Kenny" at the end. What? What kind of? This is a legal
What kind of
document.
signature is that?
Oh, and by the way, yes, I do open it up to peeps in the community if we have enough people that are really excited to play. But 10 is kind of hard to reach sometimes.
Yeah.
But there are some absolute champs at this game, and I normally get stomped. I'll sometimes win.
As will I, for sure.
Accept game invite. You want to be the leader? Okay.
Oh, did I actually did I send you a request just now?
Oh, you did. You totally did.
Oh.
Hey, Ollie, what's up? You
Turned off my.
Kenny
Did I turn my
Bobena
game
Banana
sound?
Fana Fofena.
Okay, just turn off music.
Me Mine
Yeah,
Momena.
so effects is all there.
Oi,
I'm doing
oi,
the same
oi,
thing
oi,
you're
oi.
doing, except
Previous
I have
noodles
different
wiggling
music
around.
going this time.
Yeah, I like to jam sometimes to the game, but today we're listening to Mario Kart music. I gotta go fast.
I have such different music.
Oh, you do? What are you listening to, huh?
I have this like jazz, this kind of jazzy, slow down. We're just gonna take
Damn.
it chill.
You kind of
today.
classy. I didn't realize that.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I would consider myself classy.
Just saying. You got taste.
Thank
got
you. Well,
grace.
yeah. You got taste and grace as well.
A taste of grace. Sounds like a really good cannibal movie. But what
By Rob
outfits?
Zombie.
What outfits do we want to wear, huh? What do you got?
Let's see. Since you have, I don't think I have the one you're wearing right now.
Oh yeah,
Should
I've
we
just
do
slicked
aerobics?
I just slicked me back. Me hair
It's
back,
called,
don't worry.
What is this called?
This is the
Rookie.
chiseled bust. Oh, you got a what? A rookie?
Yours is chiseled bust. Okay. I don't think I have chiseled bust.
Well, you pick any one that you like, and I might have it.
Okay. Where's rookie? I'm doing rookie.
Aw, fabulous.
We have our little
chin back
sweatbands.
view. Oh, wait, rookie? Wait, what does rookie look like?
He's got like a headband on.
Yeah,
go back
let's
to
be
the main menu.
Smurfs. Let's be Smurfs and try to fool everybody.
Ooh, wait, you actually. Hold on now. I'm not gonna-
Oh, I see the little rookie. Okay.
It finally showed up on your end. Okay, cool.
It's down at the bottom. All right, we'll be rookies. Just hit the gym, feeling a little sweaty.
Yep.
If you set it to duos, then I'd say we're ready to go.
Solo show. All right, duos it is.
Duos it is.
All right, cool.
Gotta start calling
I'm not that
old Earl
slow with
Slickback.
this game.
It's not my name, Slickback. No! Listen, I won't slick back my hair ever again. I did it because I took a shower. I took a shower right before the stream, and my hair looked awful. It looked disgusting. I kept brushing it, and I kept putting oil in it, and it didn't help at all. It didn't help at all. It was still stringy mess. It looked ridiculous. Not the egg preview. It does look like a preview.
I just realized it's very difficult to figure out how I'm gonna play and talk.
How you're gonna play and talk to me.
Talk to you specific. Yeah.
Listen, whenever we get into the finales, I still expect you to like mute and talk to chat and like welcome new people in.
Oh, for sure. That's what I wanted to do this whole time. That's why I'm balancing.
Get rated during Hexagon. Be like, hi, let me play you my intro video really quick. It's a 10-minute video showing my best clips.
Trust me, you're gonna like it. Just say
It's gonna be really good, especially you people that have been here for a while. You're gonna love seeing this one again. No. And what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. I'm already being toxic. Hello there. And I'm being toxic and playing games with my friend Origin. Just kidding. I'm not gonna be toxic. I'm gonna be very friendly. No grabbing. No grabby. No gribby grabby. Oi, Anne, I hope you're doing good. I'm sorry that the stream's so late. I promise tomorrow's gonna be bright and early. Bright and early, just as Anne deserves. Anne deserves a nice, fresh, early stream. It's true. It's true. Poor Anne can't help where they live. Or they could, but they won't. They won't because it seems pretty great. Okay, now I'm just rambling. But you know what I mean. Oh shoot! Here we go. Let's go. But you're about to go to sleep. No, don't go to bed yet. Don't go to bed yet. And let me get a crown first. I'm just kidding. If you need to get some rest, you better get some rest. We're starting off with a roaring start.
Not me. I'm so sorry.
Let's go. No, you're just warming up. You're just warming up. We got this. We got this. I think the gym suit looks pretty good. Soak up all that slime that you get on your face. Oi, 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 KP, what's up? How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. KP, I'm playing some games with Origination right now. I need to ask him what that name's supposed to mean. Okay, you have a lot of fun. Oh, you're leaving right now. Okay, Anne was just poking in. Oi, Anne, thanks for poking in and saying hi. Much love, much love. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. Rest good. Good luck with tomorrow. Good luck with tomorrow, my dear. Now get some sleep. You'd participate in Fall Guys if you could. You made it. That's some champion stuff.
I finally
right
did it. I've actually not done this one with the rotating hammers.
Oh, so when was the last time that you played this game?
I think maybe about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, well, there's so many rounds now. Like it's possible you just haven't encountered a couple. That one is tricky. That one is I got very lucky. Okay, very lucky. Got some long boys to take down. Man, everybody looks so mix and matched in this match. It's so many designs and characters. Hey, Gryffindor, what's up? Oi, oi, oi! Gryffindor, are you here for some... Oh, wait, what did I name this?
Some last minute audio changes, I'm sorry.
Oh, you making some swippity swaps, some adjustments?
Yeah.
Am I too loud? I can whisper if you want.
No, actually, you're coming in too quiet, which is my bad.
Hello? Sorry. just double checking. I can be a little bit louder. Hello. Hello. Oh boy. Eggs. Egg strat. Go team P. Ah. No touching. No touching. My golden egg. The golden egg belongs on the golden team. Don't be silly. Let's kill Red. Red's gonna die. Red's dying tonight. So sorry. I've been noted as very toxic in this specific game mode because you have to just screw over another team. I have to do it. I'm sorry. No eggs. Eggless. Thou shalt be eggless. Oh no, we're gonna lose. We're gonna lose. They're out egging us. No. Bless my soul. Sweet egg petunia. Get those golden eggs out of here! Oh my god! Oh my god, pick them up, get them out! Pick them up, get them out, send them away. Ah, let go of me! No! Yes. Yes! Oh no, we're dead.
I'm so confused how.
We're dead by daylight. This is not, it's not gonna happen. Let go of that egg! Unhand that egg, you fiend. Fiendish egg thief. Yes. Give me the gold. No! Stupid red team was actually good. I was a fool. Should have never picked a fight with them. Are you going for blue team? What's happening? Yeah. Come on, team. Man. Whoever decided to make this game co-op. A special place for them to go. Oh my god, we were destroyed.
Oh, I feel like, yeah. I'm gonna say blue team bullied us pretty hard.
Yeah, listen, the old yellow team rules, they seem to still be here.
Yeah, the curse. I was gonna say, the freaking.
It always happens like
I don't
that,
know,
Felix. It sucks.
They were just all up in our nest.
They were all up in our nest stealing our babies. Okay. Yeah,
Do you think they don't hatch? They don't have a color until they hatch, and it depends on where they hatch.
Yeah, do you think that those are Fall Guys eggs?
Yeah, because like
they're
canonically.
Baby Fall Guys?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and surely like if maybe they steal the eggs and then they end up like looking like their new parents, their adopted parents. I don't know.
It's a strange existence.
You don't have to spectate the match, by the way.
I know. I'm on my way back.
Oh, okay. You're escaping. Pedro, what's up? Oi, oi, oi!
I just got so engrossed in the conversation.
How are you doing, Pedro? Your egg hatches if it has a sweatband. Gross! Your egg hatches with like a sweatband. Yeah, the real question is are they like born with an outfit or are they born naked? Or are they born with that really long head? Those poor mothers.
I feel like they're all born naked.
They're eggs.
Everyone. Are they eggs or jelly beans?
Well, they're hatched out of an egg. I guess those are jelly bean eggs. They sound surprisingly appetizing right now. Yeah, is there an Easter rabbit that comes and hides all the Fall Guys eggs? Easter must be serious business. All of their like future generations get hidden. They born in late. What? They born in late? What does that mean?
Okay, I'm ready to be focused.
Yes, here we are. Okay, this is 100% gameplay, 0% commentary. Entirely focused on this game.
You won't get a peep out of me.
Not thinking about Fall Guys eggs at all. Not at all a disturbing topic. Just get bowled over by these big balls. Better show off my skills. I said that I was an 8, but he looking like a 2. He's a 10, but he plays Fall Guys every night. Oh, big Yeetus. Yes. Yes. I went flying. I've tasted the air. I'll never be satisfied on the ground ever again. That's like a red flag. What? You're censoring yourself? If you feel like you're censoring yourself around your friends.
I also got big Yeetus.
That is a red flag if you censor yourself around your friends, Felix. Speak your mind, unless it's against the rules. You got smacked?
Yep, I got smacked. I cheated. I mean, what?
You cheated? Wait, did you use some of the exploits?
Yeah, the big hammer in the center there. I think I.
Oh no, not the famed cheat. The in-game hammer.
Yeah, who put that there?
Yeah, who's in charge of this, huh? Do we have like a live person that's ruining our games? I know that there are some games where people just be like, oh, I'm a mod, I could just delete you. Like in DayZ or something. Maybe there's Fall Guys mods that are just like, I'm gonna make a bunch of extra hammers in this level.
And they like they're in the game as well, they're playing and they enter God mode.
They just start flying around. This game never had any hacker issues. It was just out of control mods.
With too much power.
It all went to their head. Mediatonic will never hire 12-year-olds as mods anymore. Oh, this one, sometimes they'll tip a scale and you can't escape. This one makes me so mad.
I've seen you, and I've done it before where you're just sort of stuck, stranded.
Just gotta sit there. We did it right. Good job, everyone. Omedetou gozaimasu. chickens in the background. Dang. On the Monoko Adobo theme. Come on! Hey, what's up, Oreo? How are you doing? Independent Oreo. We're playing some Fall Guys. I'm hanging out with Origination. I'm trying to hold this stream team together. With my two bare hands. I will hold this stream team together. I will not let it break. I've got my my friend Origination is part of the Team Harvest team that I'm on. Oi, oi, oi! But it's nice to see you, Independent Oreo. I hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing fine on this lovely day. It is a lovely day for falling, I will say. My bare hands, yes, my canonically mammal hands. I'm a dangerous mammal that lives in the northern areas of America. Preys upon small beasts. Bear or bear, listen, they're just my hands, okay? Look at these hands. These hands can be anything that you want. Dang! All right. It's looking like you're warmed up.
I got the power of my chat by my side.
Oh, yes. Somebody put Origin into microwave because he's all warmed up.
Oh, yes.
Yes, I love to spin.
Imagine if that's how I came out the microwave.
What?
I have a normal voice, and then I come out like, oh, yes. Hello, everyone. I've seen things.
Is that vocal fry?
I can smell colors.
I can see and hear everything on Earth. Perfect for fall guying.
I can hear all players clickety-clack on their controllers.
I hear the screams of the children that I killed.
It's terrifying, actually.
Oh, it is. Is it? It would be. I'm just saying. I do like in what's it called? In the Call of Duty game, Warzone. If you kill somebody, they'll like open up their mic so that you can hear it.
Oh, yes.
So you can hear their responses. It's
Did
so
you used
funny.
to be a Warzone streamer?
Oh no. I don't think I ever streamed it, but I used to play it a bit.
I'm sure there are compilations online of like funny open mic moments.
Yeah. I normally tried to like do a voice or like be really confusing or do something. Just bamboozle the opponent.
Yeah, just be a sneaky devil.
Sneaky devil. Sneaky Call of Duty devil. Oi,
Is that your
squirrel
username?
paws.
Actually,
Aw.
My username
I wish
when
I
I
had
used to
squirrel
play
paws.
Call of Duty was Origin.
It was
So
the origin of all chaos.
yeah, not a lot has changed.
Oh, I see.
How did you come up with your username?
Oh, it's actually from YouTube. My sister is called the Duchess of Suds on her YouTube channel, and her like royal court, aka fans, dubbed me the Earl of Suds.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I used to be on YouTube, guaranteed, totally real.
You got
Oh
history.
shit! I'm dead. Sorry.
A horrible team member.
I gotta hold it down.
Yeah, you gotta hold it down for the. Oh no!
Commentator's curse.
We both got sniped.
Now, do you quit or do you wait for a second at the next round?
I'll wait for this round, I guess, so that we can get our rewards. But really, what kind of rewards will we get from that performance?
Yeah,
I'm
and
forfeiting
also, have you finished the battle pass?
Sly Fox, what's up? Yo, Sly Fox, how you doing? It's so cool to see you. Oi. I hope you're doing fantastic. My battle pass is at 100. It is finished.
I'm at, I think 30. I think it's safe to say 30.
Ooh, we gotta make you climb in those rankings. You're very tired, but otherwise good. Yes, thank you. Nice. Okay, very tired, Sly Fox. Poor Sly Fox needs to curl up, fall asleep on their own tail. That would be so cute. See, I'm just saying, I wish that humans had tails and ears because it would be extra fuzzy. It would be kind of adorable, and it would still be optional. You don't have to have a big fluffy tail if you don't want one. You have like 3 hours until you have to work again. No. So you're just trying to stay up. Oh my gosh,
Okay.
here. I will try to distract you.
I escaped properly.
I'll dance and sing and try to keep you awake.
All right. It's okay.
You can watch everybody else play and just tell me what's going on.
Oh, I'm level 35. That's what it is.
Oh dang.
I'm a scrub. I am a silly Fall Guys.
A scrub? Surely not. You just have to play the game a lot, which I shouldn't be.
Yeah.
But I can't help it. It's sickness and I'm down with it.
Come on, get down with the sick. Wait, I think. Have you ever heard of the game Hurdle?
Hurdle?
Hurdle. Yeah, it's like Wordle, but with like a popular song.
Oh, that's interesting. No, I've never heard of it.
I'm so bad at it because I don't know artists or song names very well. But I feel like one of them was, or I think for the longest, like there was one day where I thought it was that song, but it wasn't. So I was just sort of racking my head.
Dang,
all 6
you just
turns.
couldn't stop thinking about it.
Yeah, every time. But it wasn't. So
That sounds like they had a TV show for Shazam where they would like make contestants listen to a song and try to name it before Shazam did.
oh wait, like Shazam, was that
App?
a guessing genie?
No. Shazam is like it's like an app that you can get that you just
Oh,
let
Shazam,
it record.
yeah, like Soundhound. I think it's another. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, my bad. I was like Shazam.
So that sounds like Hurdle, except for you get like $1 billion.
Oh,
You get thrust into the upper class.
yeah, that's
just
like
for a little bit
you
of
know
listening.
your stuff.
There was one genre that Origin would always win that game at. What would it be? What's your best music genre? For trivia.
Probably classic rock. But
Aha.
I'm not gonna. I
Found one. Just kidding. Ah! Sadness. Woe and failure. Some classical rock, eh? Is that like 80s, 90s rock and roll?
70s and 60s too, but like I'm not gonna say I'm gonna know everything too.
Listen. Don't be so humble. There's no humble in Origination. Oh my God! Hello? Could I please win without any skill? Thank you. Nice. I'm going. Go back. Oh my God, what absolute rascals! Dude, if gene modification was the thing, you'd have ears and a tail. Yes! See, that's what I'm saying. If I could have like, oh my God, if I could have like fox ears and a fox tail, I think that fox is so much more fluffy looking. Fluffy looking foxtail. Oh my gosh. With full like control over it, you could make it swish and swash, punk rock or punk rock. Also, what's up, King? How are you doing? Not a squirrel. The scandal. Listen, squirrels are way uglier. Squirrels are little goblins. I mean, squirrels. Some of them have fluffy ears, and that's adorable. Some of them have like the ears that are pointy and have fluff on the top of them. I would have those ears. That's adorable. Oi! And also, Human One.
Listen.
How are you doing? Can we please get a shout out for Human One?
Listen. There's nothing that you have to say. That was
Well, going back to that classic rock discussion, I was gonna say my favorite genre is actually like prog rock, but I don't think I would know trivia-wise.
It's like progressive rock is just like, it's rock that's way more progressive, right?
Yeah, it's way further left on the. Oh.
on the political spectrum. It's
Yeah.
it's political.
I think if I were to describe it, it's like, not to say that, you know, any musician or like music genre I have mad respect for, because I can't even, you know, play an instrument. But
Yeah, you can't even whistle.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh wait, never mind.
Anyway, So, what was I saying? Before we get into
You were saying that anybody could be progressive, probably.
Yes,
Right.
pretty much. I think that's what it is.
I guess so.
It's like rock, but with like more jazzy composition.
Jazzy, sassy. Only jazz I listen to is the Mario Kart soundtrack.
I mean, it's a good soundtrack.
Oh, it is, yes. I just don't know how to get into jazz. It seems like a impenetrable fortress of music.
Have you heard of Kenny G?
I have heard of them, but I've never heard them, I don't think. Kenneth and G?
Oh, you've heard him before.
Oh, you've heard it, all right. Open your ears. It's right before you.
Open your ears to Kenny G's love. Ow! I'm gonna win. I can feel it. I feel it in my beans. Oh no! No! My beans lied!
Spoke too soon?
No. My beans have never lied to me like this.
Oh, Origin. I'm so sorry I couldn't save you.
Wish that I could grow long arms, grab you, hold you tight. My arms are short and stubby. Oh, here I go. Wow, wow, wow! Here we go! The blep is unbeatable? That's the and blep. I love both of them. Both of the bleps are fantastic. Fox is better than squirrel. It's a fact. I'm sorry. Yeah, foxes are like dogs. Foxes are like dogs or wolves. They're canids.
Oh
They're
my goodness.
canids, and canids are cutie pies, okay? Sorry, they're better than a squirrel. Squirrel's just
goodness here.
a tree rat. What'd you just say to me?
Oh my goodness.
I made it.
Is that Mickey? Oh yes, that's Mickey Mouse, you see. Hello everyone.
Dang! I feel like he's in the studio right now with me. Mick, how you feeling about
What
how
would
the
you like
pandemic
Mickey
has
Mouse to
affected?
say right now?
Mickey, how has the coronavirus affected your business, your bottom line? How are your
Well-
parks doing?
Because I own everything, I don't feel a darn thing, you see. As you know, I'm filthy stinking rich, and I don't know what to say. I don't feel the plight of the normal human being. I am actually a god compared to everyone.
All hail King Mickey!
Thank you. All hail King Mickey. Did somebody call?
No one asked for you, Goofy.
You need
Nobody
to-
asked for you.
Are you on TikTok? You must get on TikTok right now.
No, I don't own a TikTok.
You gotta get one. That's a good impression. You need to get a little Mickey puppet it around.
I just need to put it. Oh, that would be a perfect idea. I need to put it in front of more people's ears.
You do. You could make that your VTuber. You could be a Mickey Mouse VTuber to get sued by Disney. This was a rejected Kingdom Hearts cutscene? No! Kingdom Hearts has Mickey saying the darndest things. He's like, oh.
Oh, he just says the darndest things.
Oh, actually, I played Kingdom Hearts and I have this clip of me like narrating a note from Mickey.
Oh, dang.
I'll share it with you, ladies.
Not right now. I can't consume it right now.
You'll
I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that. Kingdom Hearts, but just people shouting Sora for 10 hours. No!
Sora!
Oh, what am I doing? Mickey Mouse will be public domain soon. It's true, but I think only like very early adaptations. Steamboat Willie sound kind of different. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask Origin, do you mind opening up to a squad if we had some people that wanted to squad up?
Oh, I'm super open to it. Please.
So that they can carry
Anyone's
us,
better than me.
and so that we can destroy things
had
by
pity on
them
me.
carrying us. What's up, Stinner? How are
They
you
have had
doing?
absolute pity on me since
I
we started.
immediately kind of want to get Stinner in here. Would you
Oh,
be
this-
down to
this
squad
Origin guy
up?
needs help. We
get
better
another one?
squad up.
Listen, these streamers need your help. Accepting applications.
Raise your arms right now. We need
Hands
your
in the
power.
air if you do care.
Dang, we got the flame twins over here. They got little honey hands and flame bodies. That's disgusting. Boiled honey for dinner. Oh, hexagon, yes!
I'm excited.
This is the best one. I love this one. You're an Origination stan?
It is.
Yeah.
I like the game, but I'm not very good at it. But I do like the structure of it, you know.
Yeah, let's see. How many munchkins do we have up here?
I say
I say, many munchkins munching.
many munchkins munchkining.
I'm going to break all of these honey blocks.
Nope.
Oh, bother.
No touching. This is my land.
No. There's a bunch of rascally thieves in here, I'll have you know. Don't let down your guard for even a moment.
Good lord. This is looking grim.
Very grim! How did I fall all the way down? No! I'm gonna die now. This is it. This is it. I'm not focused up. I'm not focused up. I'm tripping. I'm messing up. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I'm not supposed to be the fall guy. I'm not supposed to be the guy that takes the fall. I'm supposed to be the guy that makes you fall. It's a take versus make situation. Oh my god. That person just perished. I just saw that person die. But I'm gonna die. I don't have anywhere to go. No sadness and woe. No, the end of all things. Not like this. Oh, there's like 2 more.
Oh, I saw
There was
that.
like
What a
one
good try.
more. Oh, that was so
There's a guy-
close.
There was a fall guy way up above.
Get wrecked. Hey, how dare you?
Get wrecked, love,
Sly
love, you
Fox.
Which one of you said that?
Thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Hey, Sly Fox.
I'm blocking and reporting that one.
You're not supposed to reward me when I
Just kidding.
fail.
Please don't take that seriously.
Don't reward me when I fail. Oh no, I take it very seriously. How dare you? If you block
sorry.
Sly Fox, I don't know what I'll do. I'm still thinking
I heard
about
that
it.
Winnie the Pooh impression. Very good, very good.
Oh yeah, you're doing push to talk. Oh, that makes things make more sense. You don't have
should I
to.
not be?
You don't
I just
have to. I don't mind hearing a little bit of.
little bit of chat banter.
Yeah, do you have a if you have a numpad on your keyboard, you can always like pick a number to mute it. Maybe you could do that later though.
I'm trying to figure out if there's something I should do to like toggle it on and off.
There's a keybind to toggle your mute, and I have it so that I won't even hear you get muted, so you can just do it on the fly. Thank you so much, the King of Squirrel. What's
Wait a
going
second.
on? Thank you for the celebration. Yay, the King of Squirrels, Sly Fox. Thank you very much for the biddies. Oh my goodness.
It's way
And
too
you won
daunting of
one.
a task for me to figure out now.
Thank you for the 7 biddies.
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
But you can
Set
right?
it to non-push to talk if you want.
Okay, if you've given me the permission.
Oh yes. All the permission.
And happy birthday! Yes, it's Squirrel's birthday, and it's also who's the other birthday? Who's the other birthday bean? The other
Okay, I
birthday
should be
bean.
completely
We got 2
fully and utterly
birthdays.
open.
2 birthdays to celebrate today. It's a jolly day indeed. Admiral Squirrel and
By
Kit
the way,
Kat.
everyone,
That's who
we
it
have
was.
songs request on,
And Kit
which
Kat.
means as long as you put in a video game track, you're free to play DJ in my chat.
Yeah, get DJing. You pick the worst music that you can find. Thank you.
Oi, oi.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm actually pretty open. I used to do art streams and still plan to in the future, but
Oh, what kind of digital art, I guess?
digital art. But my roots are in It's traditional, and I'm taking a break for that for now, and I'm saving it for later on in the year to do more.
But you have
you're ready to-
roots. So you have roots in traditional, like.
Mhm.
So did you do it in school or something?
Yeah, well, it's been a hobby of mine since I was 3.
Oh,
and so
I
I just
see.
sort of kept, like, you know, I like doing it, and I'm okay.
Self-taught. Nice. Put that in
Self-taught.
your Instagram profile.
Oh, I probably should. I don't already.
Let me double check. Whoops.
Sorry there, Earl Chan. I didn't mean to.
You've been lying to my viewers for years.
So sorry. Self-taught, and I would take like electives and stuff. To, you know, any opportunity I could to like do a drawing class, and I would take it. But
So drawing. No sculptures. Paper
no
craft.
sculptures.
Thread
though- Wait, thread work? No.
Ooh. I've always wanted
Although-
to knit.
Yeah. What's something that you'd be in another life would have definitely taken the chance to jump at?
Oh.
Hobby-wise.
Hobby-wise, As a kid, I really liked stop motion animation. I really liked
Yes.
animation in general, but mostly making games. So I guess if I pick something else, I think drawing. Drawing's something that I've always wanted to be better at.
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot of very
You can do it.
artistic friends.
You have a lot of time. You have so much time.
Yes, so much time. I'm a baby.
Oh, I hate. Ooh.
Are you getting pushed? Is somebody grabbing you?
No, put a triceratops. No.
No, stop touching me. Help.
Yeah, you can do
Mario.
both the Mario Bros. Very well. Oh my lord! Someone help me.
Why are there so many people?
No,
They
nothing.
all-
Stop. Stop, I'm famous. Don't touch me.
Oh no.
The universe says to stop touching me.
I want to
Oh,
win
God,
at
Mother
Fall
God.
Guys.
Thank you.
Fathers.
Mothers and fathers.
Mothers, fathers, poggers.
Whoa.
Ooh, thanks for deleting
real.
stuff.
Poggers. Wait.
Somebody
I'm being
just
a
got
cheeky
kicked
bastard.
out. Nice,
Being a
get
cheeky little
wrecked.
bastard.
was somebody
Am I
ripping
just
on my
prolonging
skills?
my death? I feel like I'm just prolonging my death by doing that.
That was amazing. I really liked those moves. Oh, I think I saw some promotional material that Eggman's gonna be in this game.
Yes, me too. I'm so sorry, everyone. People keep just getting in my way. I think that's the problem here. They just need to not.
In your way? Unbelievable.
This
Surely
last
not.
little part is just.
It's very
too
stinky.
far. Yeah,
It
but it's
smells
too
bad.
close.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
fan.
pretty much.
The fan is too smelly.
It's been used too much.
Yeah.
Someone needs to dust it.
Stinky dust.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Oh my.
My, what a dusty fan.
Reginald, will you get the duster?
Not that one, the fan duster, you ninny.
Sweep this up for me, please. Thank you.
Would you
Oh,
dust,
what am I kidding?
dust my bonnet?
I never say thank you.
I meant to say, go away.
That's right.
Speaking
Out
of
of my sight.
saucy troublemaking fancy British people, have you seen
Speaking of them,
Our Flag Means Death? Have you heard of the
I've
show?
I'm not. No.
It's about a pirate ship that's run by a snooty British gentleman that wants to be a pirate, but he has no pirate instincts and he's very wholesome.
I'm looking it up right now.
And he gives them a wage, and he like reads bedtime stories to them at night, and he doesn't like violence, but he's trying to be a pirate so that he can be a real man.
They thought they could get me.
No touching my tail.
I'll have you know.
I'll be
This
kicked out
tale
of the furry division.
This tale was crafted by the most excellent of artisans.
This tale has been in the Armstrong family for generations.
No, get back here.
No touching. No touching. I don't care if my tail matches your clothes.
More fashion.
Who's in last? I'm just gonna bully. Oh wait, we're in last. Oh shit.
Oh, who's in last? We're in last. Oh, snap.
Come back, you rascal.
You long green man, get out of my way.
Long green man. No.
Oh, he wants me. He wants me so bad. Oh god. No.
He's
that
all
was
over
his
me.
friendo.
Would you stop following me? Oh my god. Oh my. Oh. Farewell.
You leave the green team alone.
Leave the green team alone. They're having trouble.
They're bad enough as it is. Hey, that's not fair. You get back here, you.
You little rascal, I'm trying to win. Come here. Let me give me your tail.
Very similar like voice types. Hello, buddy.
I think we won.
Gravitate
By
towards.
no help of my own.
Did you not get caught at all that round?
Oh, I got caught. I was tailless.
Oh no.
HBO is worth the price since it's been out. It has the best content, Alchemic. Of all the streaming services, absolutely my favorite, HBO. And then
vibing to the music here.
the best like combo one would probably be Amazon. Like Amazon's just really worth it. Because you get Prime. You get Prime and Prime Gaming and some shows, but HBO has the best content. The best movies, best shows. This is good stuff. Hey, Rosero, what's up? Oi, 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 oi. You want to watch that show, but you don't want to pay for HBO? You can always steal it, Haka, if you wanted to.
Oh, I forgot. I have Spyro.
Totally wouldn't
Spyro
recommend
could be
it, though.
dancing in the corner here.
Spyro Jam?
Spyro is walking on my chat.
Are you a Spyro fan?
I am playing through the trilogy right now, actually, as a main game.
Ooh.
And I forgot I have like a GIF, a file, and I turned it on.
A GIF?
A GIF?
A GIF GIF? GIF GIF?
One of those.
GIF?
Yeah. Put a poll in chat right now. GIF or GIF?
Oh my gosh.
Have you had this discussion before?
I don't think so. I try to stay off of politics, you know?
Yeah.
I want to get into that stuff that makes people real mad.
Whoa!
But you've been playing, are you playing Spyro for the first time?
For the first time. For
Oh.
the first time in forever.
Isn't that what Droopy just played the game too? That was fun to watch.
Yeah. Droopy's another team member.
No. Oh no. I accidentally did a crossover. Whoops. Pardon my branding.
Pardon my branding. Oh, I'm sorry, I meant branding.
Pardon me branding my friends.
My camera's gonna be off for a bit.
Oh, secret. Can't see his tactics because they're a little too dubious.
No, it just goes off every now and then. That's all.
Oh. What are you using to capture it?
My DSLR, and it has a 30-minute window. But because I'm mid-game.
Oh, I'm going to.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
I'm gonna die. No. Sadness and woe.
That is not the one you want to mess up on, I guess.
No. Let me live.
Let me live for everyone.
Oh my god.
For everyone's sake.
For goodness sake, he's only a child. Don't let him go
Jump
into
to
the
the road.
slime. Good lord.
Goodness gracious me. Me oh my.
Me oh
Third.
my pumpkin pie. If you grab me while I'm going across here, I will kill you.
That is so unfortunate. Whoa.
Poor unfortunate soul.
I just gotta make sure I don't get hit by nothing.
I'm gonna live. I'm gonna live for everyone. Hooray! We all know it's pronounced jackal. What?
Sixth.
GIF,
Make it second
jackal.
day.
I mean, the show's about piracy.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Tony,
Yes.
how are you doing?
Listen, I don't know if
doing
it's
well.
actually a crime, Haka, okay? Listen, I don't know, okay? I've heard that HBO themselves have launched studies looking into piracy of their own shows, and they found that they got like lots of subscriptions out of it. I don't know how dubious that information is, but I've heard that HBO does not fight copyright stuff that much because they don't find it to be unprofitable. Because most of the time it's just people that can't afford it, and then they get like addicted to their shows. They get into them, and then they'll subscribe whenever they have money. You know?
There we go.
Whenever you got some extra
I'm
cash.
constantly adjusting the levels. I'm super.
Oh.
What's the word? This one? Fruit shoot?
Fruit shoot.
Fruit.
I'm bringing fruit shoot. Is that right?
Gramps, put your glasses up. It's fine. You don't have to be so low.
Are we playing Stumble, chums?
I can't even respond to that one. I believe so.
This is like Pac-Man in 3D.
I love it here. I feel so alive.
Don't ever take me home. I want to live here.
Have you ever seen Downton Abbey?
No.
Well, the father of the house pronounces upon occasion very loudly at their like big manor that they all live there. It's been in the family for forever. He like loudly proclaims at random times, "I hope I die here." Like,
Don't take me back to the home.
not on vacation. I want to die in this house and haunt it forever.
Sister Vivian is a demon. I don't want to go back.
I
what I
hope
think's
I
going on.
die here.
I hope I die.
How do I remember it? I loved Downton Abbey
In this
whenever I was younger.
pachinko
Downton Abbey good.
machine.
I want to be peeled off the wall like a barnacle.
I want to hear a satisfying as I peel off.
I want to be better than all the rest. The very best.
No one ever was. Ooh, hexagon.
Yes, the best
Hex be
one.
gone. All right. I aim to do slightly better than last time.
You aim to please?
Always.
Oh.
I'm actually quite the. It's a habit of mine. I gotta stop
Please?
being a people pleaser. Yeah.
Ah, you've been pleasing all the people, I see.
What? I'm one of the.
No, don't. Bad. Stop. This is a dangerous lobby we have here.
Yes, indeed.
Hexagon.
Sorry there.
You
Sorry
must
there,
win.
Godzilla.
This is my real chance, Dinner. This is my moment. This is my moment to shine.
I'm going down to the purple dimension.
Now I shall win. There will be no other. I shall be the final
I'm gonna
one.
try
into
carving
this-
out a way. Never mind. Can't carve out a world for my own.
La, 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 la.
I'll ruin it for everyone else.
I'm muted. Oh no. You don't have your own private island? Oh my god. I just fell off of mine. No! You nasty crocodile. Stay off of my property. No! Stop being good at this game.
They're so good at this game. Oh, lose the last level.
I know. I'm falling down. Oh dear.
Don't go to the center. I'm just saying that.
Thank you for caring.
Whatever you do, don't go. Oh, fudge! I'm the first one out.
Oh mein Gott. This is
Oh my
wunderbar.
goodness. Oh my goodness. Are you sure you're a fall guy?
I am not falling. Please no. Please not touching. How dare you? I've been
He's not
murdered.
touching.
He just grabbed me. That's
He knew-
cheating.
He knew if you will go down, if you go down too. Very good. Yes. Very, very nice.
This is very kind,
like the,
kind German
is it
boy
co-
trying to teach you how to play.
The cut-sorted nature. I love it. I love it.
That's
Very good. Oh, look at the handy Manson. Oh, never mind.
He's dead.
not so handy, eh? Hey, what's up? How are you doing? Is
lost
that
all his hands
Anate? Oh,
in the
let me
goo.
see. Let me see.
The tubby
How can I say your
custard.
name? Is it Leandro?
Ooh.
I see a Leandro in there.
Big
Oi, oi, oi.
tapas.
Hello from Portugal.
Do you have a favorite
Nice to meet you.
Teletubby?
A favorite what?
Oh, time to age myself. Do you have a favorite Teletubby?
A favorite Teletubby? Let's see, there was Flipsy, Dipsy, Poe. I don't
Was
know.
it Tinky Winky? Lala?
I think I liked Poe the best. Wasn't he purple?
No, I think that was. Wait, let me see. Is it? Is he Flipsy? Is that
Human
Flipsy Dipsy?
one. Lala is
Flipsy
the
Dipsy.
green one, right?
Let me see.
Lala's pretty
I'm gonna
adorable.
look this up now.
I like Lala.
Because you're making me think.
Yeah, we got
Teletubbies.
one person is saying Lala is their favorite. I'm thinking that's the Lala's yellow.
Yellow. Tinky Winky is the purple one, and Poe is, I know, the red one for sure.
Oh, yucky. Yeah, none of that.
Yeah.
Poe can
I
get
love
out of here.
triangles. Triangles are my favorite shape out of the main three, and purple is my favorite color. So it had to be Tinky Winky.
Oh, you mean their little head dongles?
Yeah, they're dongles. There should be a Teletubbies Fall Guys thingy.
Yeah, there should be, but they're dead. All the Teletubbies, they're gone.
They ate too much custard.
They ate too much dirty toast from that stinky little vacuum cleaner.
They didn't have as strict
thank you for the
health
follow.
violation- or
Oi,
health
oi.
code violations.
Thank you so much. Vito,
systems
we're not
and rules.
we're not opening the game to
So they all
peeps right
died.
now. I am
They're all
sorry.
dead.
I'm sorry. We may play this again tomorrow, and I might open it up to other
I see you
peeps.
smiling.
We shall see. Who's smiling? Who would dare?
Oh, bother.
I wouldn't smile for anything. What's there to smile about?
Piglet, I never smile unless it's in a big pot of honey.
I like your poo. He sounds like an old poo that's a little senile.
Where am I?
Where did I put it?
Where? Oh dear.
They're on
Where
my
did
forehead.
I have the right area of the vocal range to be, but not necessarily the right way of speaking.
Yeah, I can't do it either. Mine just sounds vaguely malicious. Like maybe it's just
I like
poo's
yours. I like
distant
yours
cousin.
a lot.
Oh, bother.
He could be like evil. Yeah, he could be like that poo meme where he's actually the sophisticated one with the
Oh, the
evil
fancy
mustache.
one.
Yeah,
The fancy one.
I only care for the finer things.
instead of Piglet, it's Hamlet.
Hamlet, fetch my cane.
Oh man,
Do not
these
throw me
there's
off the edge, please. Good lord. Don't touch it.
oh, that is good. Oh, if only Diana were here.
Diana, no! Oh, shit. Oh, scheiße.
Oh shit.
Is that him like seeing something out of the corner of his eye that's gonna kill him?
Yeah, that's about to get him.
She's here. She's... Poo, poo. Poo, go away.
Pooh had a sister.
Diana's here.
Princess Diana is in this very room.
Stop!
Don't
die!
I had it so.
What happened to our agreement? No dying.
It's okay. I would respawn. Just say.
Ew.
I had a ticket. I had a golden ticket.
I've got a
man.
golden tick. I love him rising out of the bed.
Sunshine.
Look, Grandpa, I found a ticket. I've got a golden ticket.
Look what
Grandpa,
I did. I ran back and forth to get this. I have a golden sunshine in my eye.
I can't wait to go, Charlie. Who should I bring?
Who should I bring? Grandpa Joe, you haven't walked in 70 years.
Well, now I'm dancing.
Well, check this out.
I used to be able to do a backflip.
I haven't flossed a day in my life until now. Pulls out the dance move.
Watch me hit the yoinky sploinky, Charlie.
The yoinky splinky. So welcome in, Jack. How are you doing?
Damn, Grandpa had
I-
that gritty.
I did start early, yes.
Oh, is this early Origin times?
Yeah, 4 p.m. PST would be 2 hours too early. But I did it for you.
Well, we've done a great job bamboozling everybody that cares because I'm late, you're early. What an event.
We know Alchemic Refuge is a real one.
It's true.
You were there.
all the time.
Refuge was out here. It was
Refuge is there for the 24-hour streams, hanging in there for every hour.
Are they IRL?
IRL?
No, I don't know.
An IRL streamer?
I don't want to disclose that that information. Actually, never mind.
Oh, they are.
I know that.
I have seen them a few times. We've met up. The mods all came to Texas and hung out together. Almost all the
Very
mods,
exciting.
except for the Scottish one. Blasted all.
What did the Scottish one? I mean, I want to try and practice my Scottish accent, but not in front of.
We couldn't sucker him to get to the US. I have to.
I have
Texas now,
to change my voice to be able
Yeah,
to
I
try.
have to I have to have something to say. Otherwise, I don't know exactly how to pronounce it. Here, how to play: count the fruit, avoid the rising slime. When the screens show the quantity of a type of fruit, stand on the tile matching that fruit. Oh, I hate this one. I dislike this one very much, actually. It's not my favourite.
It's not right.
It's not right.
It's not
I'm
right.
telling you.
Don't treat us
I
like
can't
this.
Don't treat us like this. I can't quite count on account of me having Ninja Turtle fingers.
I thought that you were gonna say something about alcohol. Okay.
On account of me alcohol. There's 3 durian and 2 kiwis? What is that? Oh.
I don't know. I can't help you. I've lost my way.
That's a good one. I've lost my way. 2? Oh, I'm good.
What's that?
2.
What's?
Coconuts! Alright, Earl. I don't know why you would dare.
I jumped off the
rest
wrong
this
one.
on
You
me.
didn't answer me in time. I trusted you.
Oh no.
I thought that your silence was meaning jump into the slime.
Yeah.
I look away for 2 seconds and you're talking about me?
Last night. I mean, what?
You promised you
grape.
wouldn't be here.
1 single grape, a star fruit.
Broke your promise, Die. You said that you wouldn't make it. I am so angry. I'm just kidding. How are you doing, Die? Oi, oi, oi.
We've got
One
to
of
talk
what? Oh,
about
one
my
grape,
friend
right?
Die. My friend Die.
That's what he gets. That man was trying to push me off.
Oh my gosh. Karma?
Karma in its finest form, I'll tell you what.
Karma and Fall Guys. More real than you'd imagine.
3 durian, 2 grape, 1 pear. Or whatever that is.
1
Papaya.
pear. Isn't that 2?
Greetings and salutations. Welcome to the Origination. Thank you for the follow. We have another's follows over here, so if you want to learn,
You
do
totally
whatever you want to.
down to
It's
buy his
fine.
ticket?
I didn't count, actually. We're going to lose this one. I'm sorry.
Die, you be how dare you.
Please be a big number. 3 of durians, right?
I don't know. I'm dead. Do you really want me counting for you?
No, of course not. Hello there, Nezum Love. Nezum I love.
That's my friend, Nezumi.
Oh! Nezumi, welcome in. Hi. Actually, I recognize those emotes, actually, so. Welcome into the Fall Guys fun. The party has just begun. Look at this tail I spun. We're about to get the crown. We won.
We've already won.
We've already.
There is
I don't know what that was actually.
Don't bother crying. We've already won.
Can you say all your bases belong to us in that?
We'll see you later, Die. Oi, oi, oi.
All of your bases belong to us.
I'm sorry. I know
Oh,
what
it's
it
all
takes
of your
to, like,
base. That's what it is. All of your base belongs to us, right?
all of your base. Base.
Man, he's really hitting me with the Leroy Jenkins memes over here.
Yeah, them video games.
Dang.
I don't even know the origin myself. Oh, name drop.
Oh my God, he said it.
he did it again. That rascal. Shit.
Hey, Peter. Can I borrow your egg, Peter? Hey,
Egg beater.
hey, can I borrow your egg, Peter?
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Whoa!
Oh no! I'm gonna die. Oh,
Sonic. It's I, your best pal, Sonic.
It's totally me, Sonic. I'm gonna kick Eggman's eggs.
All of X-Men eggs are belong to me.
All of Eggman's eggs are belong to me? That's horrible.
13 seconds. 13 seconds.
Sonic would never say that.
No, he's a good boy. He's a good lad.
I'm literally quaking right now.
Oh, fuck.
Don't perish!
Fuck. Son of a gun. Son of a monkey's uncle, please. Spare
How do
me.
those
Oh,
balls
first
not
place.
fall in the middle?
Let's
I don't
go.
understand. Ashley
What a
Rose!
poet.
Thank you for the
I got
doggos!
bars.
What's up? Ashley, we're chilling with Origin.
I don't know anything else that rhymes with
Chilling with
bars.
this
Mars,
goofster.
Stars.
Big goofster.
I had a friend named Lars.
Are you hitting us with those M&M bars?
Blow!
Are you a lyrical miracle?
Yes, I am.
Lyrical
Quite.
miracle spiritual.
Lyrical individual. Clerical. Hey, yo, how you falling? We're falling pretty well today, I think. It's I'm joined by my co-star Earl of Suds, the Earl of Suds, not to be confused with any other replicant out there.
Oh, very suspicious. Now that
How you doing,
you
Jay?
specified that I was a real human, and it's got me asking, am I?
Am I? Yeah.
Really?
But doesn't matter. The journey. That's what matters to me, man.
It's all about the journey.
Stop grabbing onto me.
Don't touch.
Oh, fuck! Why am I not paying attention? I'm not paying attention. I'm throwing. I'm throwing for content.
You're not looking. Are you looking
is
the right
horrible.
way?
I was just zoning out. It's just
Chat is distracting you.
I was just feeling the flow. I was just vibing.
Joke's on you, Chad. I never read.
Oh, God, I'm not doing good.
I just make guesses. I just.
Oh, there we go. No. Bad guess.
That was yeah.
I'm leaving. I don't want any of their pity money.
I don't care about the battle pass or whatever it's called.
Save your charity.
Ooh.
I think it's this
Also-
outfit. This outfit is definitely messing with me. I
Yeah,
think we gotta.
let's change. We gotta change. Free for all.
Yeah, that's gotta be what the issue is.
Too much. You gotta change it up. I'm so sorry. I kept you on this for too
Yeah, I
long.
just can't look at those track pants for that long. It's like, I want them. Where do I buy them? I want mommy. I want milk.
What?
Is it what?
I'm gonna go Cloudbot.
Oh, very sassy. I'm just gonna pick my.
Ooh, that's such a cute one.
cozy
what
pattern.
the heck?
Where's the?
What the heck?
What the heck is that?
Is Jay gonna play? Are we squatting up? I know you mentioned that
Are
earlier.
we squatting?
I can right now.
We
actually.
certainly could squat it up, but yeah, I mentioned it because I have an absolute champion that happens to be in chat. Or they were. But I'm not sure where they went. Let me see. I've got some friends online, but there's some missions that require duo. Have you done your missions for today?
What are missions?
Hey,
It does look like.
what's a mission?
What's a mission? Let me see if I can invite.
Got a,
If y'all ever need
an
an inviter, I'd be down. Oh, I already invited. Oh,
Well, then we just need to get one more, because then we won't have a random. You
yeah.
gotta go 2 or 4. No,
Let's see.
no.
Is anyone in your chat willing to?
Hey,
willing
somebody want to get in on this fallen? Yeah. We're recruiting. Only the best players.
Kenny's facing out is the funniest thing. I just
No,
read that.
listen. I was vibing. I was in the moment.
Just vibing out.
I was really feeling it. You see. Wow. So you are bad at Fall Guys, is what I'm hearing.
So let me be clear. You are.
Let me be
banned
transparent.
at Fall Guys.
Okay, so number one, if you're gonna play Fall Guys, you have to be actually good.
Logically,
A
you
lot
have
of my
to
friends
be.
on the left, they are garbage at Fall Guys. Like they fall off super early. Me, I'm a
And
champion.
they're so annoying.
I'm very
atrocious.
poggers.
I may be 5'5", but I'm no 5, just 5 flat. I'm poggers.
I'm a short king. People like me for
No, they tell me to me all the time.
that. They pat my head and they say you're doing a good job.
I'd love it when they give me back of ear scritches.
Oh, Stinner, you want to get in on this? Oh, let's go. Stinner, hop in.
Okay, maybe I should stop.
Are you gonna beat us? Are you gonna win? Ooh, I think I've got interest. I think that I've interested.
We do?
Stinner might get in.
Jay, are you in? I invited you.
They're not in.
I know.
They're not here.
I looked at the screen and they weren't in.
We're all alone.
Jay, I need a fourth.
Oh, don't
I
worry.
need you to show off your skills. Jay's very good at this game.
Oh, Jay's a champ.
You're saying five is short? No, and also short kings are well accepted. I think the impression we were trying to do was not someone that I would consider a short king, but
No, I think he's normal sized.
he's normal sized.
I, being a 4/4 king myself, I'm definitely not picking on people that are 5.
Are you 4/4?
Mm-hmm. Canonically.
No, wait. I don't know if this is like on-screen persona or like. And also, there's nothing wrong with it, by the way.
I'm just saying, like lore-wise. Lore-wise,
Apparently,
I'm 4/4.
Actually, wait. We have not established my lore height.
You just need to stand next to your door and see how big it looks.
Does anyone want to guess? Hold up. Let's see. I'm booting the game up right now. All right, Jay's coming in.
Yeah. I got my friend is booting up as well. We're going to have 2 champions dragging 2 worthless streamers to victory. Unless we get on that spinny hexagon.
How tall am I?
He's doing it right now.
How tall am I?
He doesn't know. Somebody tell this man how tall he is.
Apparently, I'm 6'11".
Whoa! No, really? Are you kidding me?
Lore-wise,
Oh,
No,
lore-wise.
lore-wise.
Lore-wise. Okay, I see. All right.
would I even be on Twitch if I was 6'11"?
I don't know.
6'11"?
I knew a guy whenever I was younger that was like 7'1". We would
A good height
we
to
got
be.
paired up for a lot of like team games whenever we went to camp. And I was the shortest one and he was the tallest one, so they thought it was hilarious to combine
Oh my
our
goodness.
forces. And like I could barely hold his hand as he was like
Wait,
he was
really?
reaching down and I had to hold my hand above my head to reach his hand.
Yeah, that's just.
It was
That's some-
amazing.
you were all
Tweedledee.
friends, right? You were all no bullying involved.
No, definitely not.
Okay, good.
Oh, I do remember I was bullied by a friend who was literally 1 day older. She was born 1 day before me, and she was always like, "Oh man, if you only knew, but you'll know tomorrow." Like, oh man, that's a big
What it
day.
feels to be old.
I can tell you what, that's a big day. Okay, we're having some technical issues. Please be patient with us.
Okay, apparently it's changed. I'm 7'2" now.
Oh, okay, a little update. Nice. Okay, so you can be taller than my friend. I see.
Yeah,
I see.
but that's just what Noodle said.
Asserting dominance. I like that, Noodle. Well done. We could do maybe one more as they're booting
All
up
right.
stuff because looks like it
One
might
bad
take a minute.
game.
It
One
might
bad
take a
game.
moment, so take your time.
So I got someone coming in, and you got someone coming in. Or you got
Wow.
12 people coming in.
That's actually totally fair.
Well, how does it feel? Wait, what does it look like on your end? I don't know.
Me, it looks like 2 little jelly beans falling to their death.
Oh,
Or
me
to their
too, actually.
success, possibly.
No, you know what? Let's not count ourselves out.
You're 12'6"? Dang, Stinner stands above the rest.
I don't know if I look
Shucks.
tall.
I need tall
I
friends
have
like
terrible
Stinner.
posture.
Ah, yes. He's 6'1", but looked like a shrimp. He's 6'1", but he's always crying on the floor.
Turn over, cry again, cry some more.
You like the pastel character? I know. I had to pay for this one, Noodle. I had to pay $8.
I think you look tall. Thank you, Noodle. Wait,
$8 to be
maybe
adorable.
I shouldn't see that as a compliment. Maybe it's
Well,
an insult.
When you were 11, you found out that you were 11 months
Okay, I'm
older
ready.
than your
Next
best
time
friend.
you're in lobby, game was taking a while. The game always be taking a while.
So
Jay.
many 11s. Nezumi, it's your lucky number.
Whoa.
It's the
Here
supersonic
comes-
map.
I love this map. This is actually probably my favorite because I love
Yeah, I love this like
Jump.
upper pathway. It's fun.
Yeah, if
Super
I can,
boosters.
if I can get there.
If I can win, I like it.
People
Slow down.
just love hugging.
Yeah, they just can't stay off you. Origination, goodness gracious.
Ooh.
Boy, to the nation of origination.
Oh my.
Oh my, no
Someone
touch.
give me strength.
I'm
Oh
gonna-
lordy.
Great bean in the sky, give me strength for this one. Ooh, you're looking forward to
It's a
actual Sonic
compliment?
map?
All right, thank you, Noodle. I
they-
appreciate it.
Are they making
We're
a
gonna be
real
first
one?
place, you and me.
A real one, oh
Eighth.
baby.
Okay, never mind.
We live. Very nice score, splendid. Origination. I said to keep it PG-13, but then you went and scored like that. Unbelievable.
Wait. Oh. I'm covering it up actually.
But okay, thank you. Yes, cover that up.
Yeah. Nice. Nice.
Actual Sonic map would be so cool. That's
Very,
what I
very
want.
nice. Yeah, I see where your camera placement is goated. I like the in the middle there.
Oh, in the middle, just sneaky middle business.
Let me see. Should I do that? I'll just be on the exact opposite side. Someone could superimpose our game, sync it up.
I see. We're making YouTube content out here.
Yes.
Put it on your
We'll have to switch between audio though.
Put it on your freshly branded TikTok.
You said freshly branded, and I was reminded that I baked my own bread buns the other day.
Bread buns. The combo that we never knew we needed.
They turned out good. Pretty good.
What kind of bread were they?
So, I was following this recipe from a cookbook, and I guess just like normal milk bread, like kind of like a chocopan.
Normal milk bread.
Normal, you know.
You know, just standard every day.
Standard everyday lactose-free milk bread.
Lactose-free milk bread. I was about to say I'll never be able to try your milk bread. Why live?
I'll never be able to try your milk
Bread.
bread.
Never be
Oh
able to
lordy.
drink the delicious teat full of bread.
Ow! You said PG-13.
You said PG-13, not milk. You said PG-13. Didn't say that it was milk mode. It's a natural in several situations. It's natural. It's fully natural. No preservatives.
I'm gonna die. Let me.
That fan
Don't
would-
touch me. Big fan of this one.
That fan is very strong.
Yeah, that fan is kind of a
Yo.
trouble.
Yo.
What the heck was that? Oh my god.
Someone. Give me strength. That was
Someone.
not even good.
Anyone.
That was
Oh my god, move out of my way, you absolute rascals. Oh, you troublemakers, you. Okay, think of it. It's the
got
Mickey
this. Thank you,
impersonation
Eric. I
and a
appreciate
baker.
you.
What
I'll be
can't
doing well.
Origination do?
I
Listen,
know. I saw you lurking earlier.
the
so
list is small.
please do so if you need to.
The list is tiny. I've
Oh
never
man,
seen
that
a
went,
thing
that,
that
that
this
ice
man
cream
can't
cone
do.
went flying.
Oh my god.
Good
Aerial
job.
snacks. Oh boy. Are you like the little Astro Boy from the PS5?
Yeah. We got ourselves a PS5, and I think that's how we got that.
Splendid.
We would like to play.
Just saying, he said we, and I'm like, where's the PS5 that you say that you're sharing with me? I don't know.
No. I have to like yeet it across the country just to get to you.
Yeah, just,
Hey, yo, can
just
I,
yeet
can
it,
I play
yote it.
Stray?
Do you have Stray?
I do. Well, it's yeah, my partners.
Oh, some
My roommate, sorry, my roommate. Miku, hello, welcome in.
The roommate Stray, eh?
My roommate plays Stray. Oh, I love this one. This is one of my favorites.
This is the Splatoon.
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 It is Splatoon. Splatoon.
Skret. Alright, we will use the
Crap.
drop strats if I have to. No touching, mon coeur! Do not touch me.
I'm just gonna follow this one dude because he's being a real jokester.
you are
Oh
filthy.
no.
Filthy
My
and
camera
dirty.
fell off.
Oh, you rascal,
You
you're
feel guilty.
stealing my
You feel-
battery.
Do him dirty. Don't worry, I shall clean up this mess. I shall clean up this mess.
Please clean up after my friend.
Stupid. Come here. Give me your battery.
You got this. I believe in you.
I'm so distracted.
Oh, we are losing.
Oh
we're
my
winning.
god.
We're actually winning, sorry.
Could you stop being
Just
good at this
realized.
game for just a moment?
I'm just playing defense. This is as good as it's gonna be ever.
It's about as good as it's ever gonna be.
Dang it. Why are they so good at this game?
Oh, they're getting close, they're getting close.
Oh no, I'm batteryless.
I've been batteryless for a
You
millennium.
gotta go to new spots, new spots, new
No,
spots.
let go of it. This shan't be yours. Shall be mine. Okay, good. Good enough, good enough. Friend got it.
Oh, there's a battery near me, but I can't.
What? A
Hey.
free battery? Oh, I'm throwing. I'm
I'm
throwing.
oh no.
You're all using the drop
3 seconds, 3
strats.
seconds, 3 seconds.
I. That was my
Wow.
fault.
Wow. Oh, they had us.
Oh, I'm throwing this evening. What the heck?
They disrespectfully hugged me.
Oh my
Ugh.
gosh. I'm gonna hug you, derogatory.
I can't hug you. I'm holding a battery, please.
I'm too busy. Too busy for love.
We actually had it. I think everyone on the yellow team decided to work together. I don't know how that happened.
That was heinous. Yeah, they were using that drop strat where you, instead of hanging on to it, you just drop it in front of you and pick it back up whenever somebody gets you.
Oh. The strats.
So it doesn't go flying in that case.
yeah,
Very
and
smart.
there's like a whole huge lag.
A whole huge lag? Oh no. Oh, I think that my friend's ready. I'll see.
I'll try as mine as well.
Yours as well. Splendid. You're looking forward to the actual Sonic map. I want to look at the information about this. I want to see the new info. New info about Fall Guys. Oh, I love this song. I love the little Yoshis. They're so cute. Oh, we got a whole full squad.
It's here.
It's here. Oh, I love the little cat.
Well,
Cat's so
Pusheen
I want to match.
representing.
I'm gonna match.
Oh, do I have to select a show?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which one?
Because we
should
run
do?
duos. We need to go
Squad
on
show?
squad.
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 I love me some squads.
Squads for breakfast again, honey. You've outdone yourself. My sweet little bushy tail.
Bushy tail. Kenny throwing, not clickbait.
Oh my gosh, you both have.
Amazing champion failing,
I was
not
hoping to
clickbait.
get the Eggman skin.
Hey, thank you for the
When it
follow.
came
What's
out.
up, Jay?
Bada bum 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 bum.
Bada bum bum bum.
All ready? All ready?
Oh, I am so ready for falling.
Thank you for the egg, Sunshine. I appreciate it.
Ooh, I'm seeing that the Sonic event is starting tomorrow. Oh, snap.
We did our co-stream too soon.
I can't believe we didn't focus on the Sonic.
Yeah,
I wish we
all
had
the
more
Fall
Fall
Guys
Guys.
fans, they're sleeping. They're sleeping right now,
Yeah.
just waiting for the update.
It's true. Sorry, I have this music in the background. It's so bopping.
I know. I'm kind of bobbing my head to this music. I'm trying to remember where it's from. It's
Let me take a
Mario,
listen.
but it's like a remix from 3D World, I think.
But yeah, I do think it's 3D World. Yeah,
So good. 3D World
Sounds
is
like
lots
it.
of fun.
I've never played actually. Have you played Bowser's Fury?
Yes, I have seen Bowser as a Fury.
Yeah, it was lots of fun.
Nice.
It was a cool little concept game, kinda, because it's only like 3 minutes, 3 hours long. 3 minutes long.
Right.
just
It's
a
a
cutscene.
solid little gaming experience, I think.
Yeah, I've been letting my roommate play it for the first time, and he's like, "This is so cool. It's got so many different pieces from like different games. Feels kind of open worldy."
What?
Actually, I think 3D World is the first game that Opsty and I played, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh. As I fall to my death. Ooh.
Ooh, dead.
Oh!
Whoa!
Get these Saturns away from me, please.
Ow! No touching, no smacking. Oh my
No
god.
touching, no smack.
Don't touch smack.
I'm a whole meal, not a snack.
I'm a snack.
No touchy, no smack.
No touching, no smacking, no smiling, no happy, no living.
Hey, fuck you guys.
Oi, you can all die.
Uh-oh, we're going down the middle. Oh! Got bashed in the
I
head.
oh bollocks! Blasted about.
This is one of my least favorite parts to be in.
Yeah, I hate this part. Why? Why does it exist? Oh my god. Stinner's already across. Bless my soul.
Oh, yes. We already have 2. Oh, my gosh.
They're champs! They're champs, I
bodied
tell
by
you.
My friends.
Earl, you have twice the amount of crowns as me? Is that
My
true?
friends.
Twice the amount of crowns?
My friends,
Like the crown
don't
level?
ask me
Stinner, that doesn't make
what
any
their
sense.
sacrifice was for.
Doesn't make any sense. Stinner is a champion.
Do you know
I've
what
played
movie
this
that's
game
from?
more.
I mean musical. I mean movie musical.
A movie musical? What were we singing?
I was singing it. What's it called? Is it Shadows from Les Mis? I think this song is
I've only seen half of Les Mis.
cool. That's fine. That's fair.
24601. I mean, it was pretty good.
Your time is up, and your time is up, and your time is up.
Your time is up, and your time is up, and your time is up.
Exactly.
24222 24222 1.
The part with the swinging legs is rough sometimes. I no matter how good you are, sometimes it keeps you down for longer.
What does? What keeps you
It's
down?
like,
for
oh,
longer?
this player is very good. Keep him down.
Smack down.
Hey,
Here comes
Jackson,
the
what's up?
smackdown.
How you doing? We're playing some Fall Guys with my friendo Origination. We're just goofing. We're just new boot goofing in the evening. The stage is called Bean Hill Zone. Oh, Bean Hill Zone. That was the name of the music?
Meatball. Ba-ba-do,
Thinking about supper already?
I actually had dinner already. Did you have something to eat yet? Or
Me?
do you have late?
Me?
Late dinner, late
Oh,
supper. Yeah,
late. My roommates will be cooking up something.
Ooh. You have like a little get together every night?
Yeah, we will normally cook together or get some fast
takeout?
food, God forbid.
Ooh. What's your go-to fast food?
I would say
Very
Sonic,
good question.
I guess.
Sonic, really? I've never had.
It's either
Never had.
Sonic, Taco Bell. I mean,
Someone save me.
if we're just gonna get takeout, it's gonna be garbage.
Taco Bell's solid.
Yeah, Taco Bell comes out as a solid, that's for sure.
Yep. There's some form of solid that comes out of you. Most times you eat, actually. I'll say that.
Is that
for
true?
sure.
I'll say that much. It is food. You know what?
It is food.
It's food.
Yeah, fast food doesn't have to be good for you.
It doesn't.
As long as you don't have it every day.
And every night, and every
I'm
afternoon.
not going. I'm not going.
Yeah, it's
I've
too
had
scary. It's too
before with
scary. I
all-
don't like it. I don't like it over there.
I don't like
No,
it
stop! You. Why? Why would
Well,
they
we fall
dump
together.
us?
We fall together. I'm so sorry. I made the call.
No, that wasn't your fault.
Not your fault yet. All right, everyone.
It was the
jump up here.
collective.
All right, yeah.
no.
Two have to make it. Okay, one of us makes it.
Oh dear. Let me through.
Boing, boing, boing. All right, you go that
Whoa!
way. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
here I go. Don't touch me.
Okay, here I go.
No one grab onto me.
Let go of me.
Oh my gosh, we got eliminated.
What? We're gonna die? No.
I was literally the weakest link. The weakest wink.
We all did bad. Just kidding, y'all did great.
I'm not thinking about getting Dominoes. Nope. You're not. You're definitely not thinking about getting Dominoes.
Dominoes.
I have a soft spot for Dominoes because it helped me out through college so much.
Like
I went
they
to
fed
college.
you.
Yeah, like they they pried my mouth open when I couldn't chew, and I had to pay the delivery guy extra for that.
Could you like blend it up for me too and bring it with a straw?
Yeah, wait, you don't have one of those industrial Domino's blenders?
You know, pizza blender? You mean you don't got that? I'm sorry, Stinner. That was my bad.
In my dorm here.
That was my bad. That was rough. That was sad. It was sad to see.
So I got like 5 other deliveries.
It's a hurtful moment.
It'll be quick. Wait, what does that imply? What are you trying to say? Wait, we lost. Why am I still here?
Oh yeah, you gotta leave. You gotta give up.
Don't give up.
You have to. You have to give up.
This time I will.
It's a lost cause, I promise.
2 pizzas for $5.99 each. I mean, something like that. For me, it was Domino's.
Standard, we're just warming up.
And sorry, I don't mean to like have my conversation bleed in, but like for me, Domino's was like available when the campus was closed and not many people could sort of come in and give food. So like the cafeteria wasn't an option.
Too late. Yeah. I think that the place that stayed open for the longest here during like COVID was Whataburger. It's 24 hours.
Oh.
So if
I've
I
never
was
had Whataburger.
If I was like hungry at 4 or 5 in the morning, I'd just be like, all right, it's chicken time.
Did an error occur for you as well?
No errors here.
Hey, it was just me then. Great.
I'll blame Fall Guys for you. I'm on the call with them right now. Dang, our squad looks so cute. 3 cuties. 1 too many. One of you's gotta go. You've been chilling, touring through Twitch raids? Hey, nice, Jackson. Jackson's
Wait, are
just
you
like,
in?
I'm just floating on the internet. Just floating
You look
around.
like you're out of the game, actually.
I look in the game.
I'm ready, Dub.
On mine, it looks like it's just cross-giant. I think that's
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
That's what I was saying, right? I'm ready. The 2 little cats, they're ready to run with the Robert.
All right, let's go. Let's
Domino's chicken. The Domino's
do it.
chicken
Whataburger for the
kickers
first time last year. What did you think of it? Felt the burger weighed 5 pounds? Jesus. Are they that heavy? Whataburger?
Whataburger? Yeah, it's a lot of food. It is not particularly good, but it's a lot.
What a burger.
Wow. What a burger. Yeah. What the heck is happening? What is happening? I'm getting so many errors popping up.
Ugh, I'm like in limbo right now.
Yeah, we're just falling.
It was in Texas for work. That's right. You've done some work
Went
in
to some
Texas.
neat
I am familiar with
places
you.
that you wanted to scoot over to a cozy, warm, and familiar place. Aw, Jackson! Jackson! I've invited a stranger into our
All right,
cozy
should I
place.
just quit? Go back to the menu.
Yeah, let's just restart it because it looks
All
like
right, which one of you's done it?
Looks
It's me,
like
isn't it?
you might have some sort of a problem.
I'm incompatible.
maybe we can try again. I'm incompatible with success. My mother and father always said I was allergic.
Imagine being allergic to success, like a construct, a concept.
Like, are you saying like conceptually always being a failure, or are you saying like
Like physically allergic to the idea of success or
just
something
the
akin to that.
idea? Well, you could. Oh man.
Or just
you break
like
out in
every time-
rashes.
You know you're going the right way when you're breaking out into hives.
Yeah. It kind
Oh,
of does
shit.
work like that though.
You
Because
know?
often the things that stress you out the most can be like the most opportunity
so
to like learn something about yourself, you know.
So true.
Well, that's kind of philosophical, dude. Whoa.
Ew, man, that's kind of.
Whoa.
Like I can't replicate the
Zoinks.
voice that like when there's a bunch of like zoinks. When there's a bunch of
Like,
smoke.
that's really deep, man. Like you're not making any sense.
Like Scoob. You're not making any sense, dude. Like
Speak English.
Speaking of which, I could use a real sandwich right now.
A real sandwich. Any real sandwiches in the chat?
Can I have some real sandos, please?
Sandy bandies.
I grunt and heave every time I jump. I messed up.
That's very anime of you.
Every time I get hurt. It's. Yeah.
Power.
Unlimited power.
Is that Australian? Sounded a little Australian and I fell off the edge.
Now you have a really good Australian accent. I'll tell you what, mate. I think you have a pretty good one.
Don't make me do my Australian accent. It's so good.
You also have a really good. Is it a Texan accent?
Action.
A Texan
You're talking
accent?
about my Texan accent. Hey, about they do.
I don't know. What would a Texan say?
That's like Bubba Gump or something.
Yeah, that sounds a little more Louisianan.
Yeah.
Oh, no, get them dang old fish fry.
Don't get that gator. See you
Don't
later.
get that gator.
You have like this. You're adding something to it texturally. I'm gonna get that gator.
It's got no deep in my voice.
Me and Billy Bob Thornton over there gonna have ourselves a good old catfish sandwich.
Dang on man, I'll get a catfish sandwich on dang on man.
Don't catch the catfish with your bare hands, Bobby.
I'll tell you.
I'll tell you what.
That boy ain't right.
That boy ain't right.
So good.
You're telling me these guys are falling? You think
They
any
look
of
like
these
they're
fall
going
guys would want some propane?
It's very American.
I'm a pro
Mama.
at pain.
Oh, guys.
Ball guys.
I'm hip with this.
Hey, what's up,
I can't even
Peps?
do it.
How are you doing? Thank you for the 25
I'm too
biddies.
nervous, mate.
Oi,
I'm too
oi,
nervous.
oi.
I can't do it.
You can't
I'll tell you
do
what.
it. You've gone
tell you
back
what.
to your comfort voice there, fella. I know that you're always going back to that accent, just to ground yourself.
Thank you for noticing. Yes, thank you.
It sounds
I
like
appreciate it.
sounds like a character from Hades. I like it.
Ooh.
It sounds like some hot god.
So not Zagreus, but what's the one? What's his name? What's his name?
Maybe Dionysus.
Dionysius.
No. Dionysus.
Dinosaurus.
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 he's the grape daddy.
Yeah. The wine god, the god of wine.
Merriment.
I think he's my
great Uncle
favorite.
Perp.
Great Uncle Perp. Did someone say that in your chat?
Yeah. That's
No,
what
you
Alchemy
no,
calls
no,
them.
you who the refuge, please. Oh, great.
Speaking of hot gods,
Uncle
it's Peps P&G. It's
That's what
Garrett.
Zagreus says.
I only pray to
Every
one
time
god.
He shows up.
Garrett. Garrett Sama. The god of good luck.
Purple Flurp. Now, Jimbo. Jim Jam Jimbity.
Jim. I want some purple
Can you just
flurp.
say that 5 times? Jim Jam Jim Jam Jim Jam Jim.
Jim.
Oh shit! I have to count 3 grapes.
Come on, Jimmy, we gotta count real fast. You know, Jim, I don't know if we can actually do it this time.
Wait,
I can't
one?
focus on Fall Guys. I'm too busy thinking about Jimmy's mom. Hey, Mrs. Neutron. You're looking quite awesome.
Whoa, Jimmy, you look really croissant.
Croissant. Croissant. You shut up. Boy. You two just shut up already. Shut
Banana.
up. You're ruining my night.
What is he becoming?
Carl Weezer. Carl
3 what?
These nuts.
Cocoa nuts.
You're alive.
Terry Bogard. Terry Bogard. Oh, the durians are strong.
It's a room full
Okay,
of
two
Carls.
Two
Hi, Peps. Hi, Peps. Hi, Garrett.
magnets for some
Hi,
reason.
Garrett. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the party. Hi, Garrett.
Just all of them waving to you.
It's hot in here. There's
Boy,
so
howdy, I'm
many
scared.
Carls.
Well, howdy, I'm scared. I can't tell you. Oh, 3 of these, yeah, for sure.
3 of them pairs.
3 of them pairs.
pairs.
That's an oxymoron, I think.
Oh, that's 3 pairs, that's 6.
That's a pair of 3 right there.
Pair of 3s.
Wait, what now?
You got 3
Oh,
pairs.
Catfish sandwiches sounds delicious. Oh, they do.
I
I'm
keep
so sorry I'm
switching
so late
my
to that
headphones
comment,
because I can't
Nico.
figure out what's comfortable
my
for
bad,
me.
My bad.
Did it beat Cuphead? Not
Twist
yet.
on a catfish sandwich.
The devil.
A cannibal eating a.
We're gonna get the
an
double
online
on
ga-
Monday, and I bought the
Oh, I'm not gonna finish that sentence. Actually.
and I bought the DLC
We
last
have
night.
guests, Miko,
Ready.
please.
Bye. Jinxed. Welcome to TwitchCon.
Oh. Are you going to TwitchCon?
I am not. I've decided it is too much money.
Yeah.
Too much
I'll
money
see you
for
there,
getting
buddy.
sick.
I'll see you there.
Shucks.
I'll tone it down. No, you're fine. I was just kidding. Wait, this is the sick one? Don't get jinxed?
Yeah, don't get virused. Don't test positive.
Dup.
Welcome to Positivity Simulator.
Aho.
Aho!
Here we go.
Did you just call me an idiot?
I know. It's like.
Aho,
You get away from me. Get away from me, mate. Don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking try. Oh, just kidding. Juked you, didn't I?
Bamboozled. I'm being bamboozled.
Take me there. Why are we not doing well when all of our team is literally like unjinxed?
What do you mean? I'm a completely well. I'm the very image of wellness. I've been using my goop
no.
supplements. Ah! No touching! Please, save me. Save me, somebody. Oh. Set me free.
Oh, I got someone on my sights.
Oh my god.
Oh,
no
Lord.
touching.
Oh lord. Oh, if I
Lord
just
have
held them down,
mercy.
if I just held them down. Oh,
Mr. Frodo, please don't let me die in this.
you and me right here, buddy. Come back here. Oh, you're running now. You're running now.
Please
You're
don't
running
touch
now,
me.
aren't you? Oh, he's a pro. He's a pro.
No,
He's
no,
a pro.
no,
He's a pro fall guy.
Ah, no! I've been infected. I'm unwell.
We got to defend every yellow player.
Here's one. Get him.
Come on, we can do it. We can win.
Come on, ground. What? Oh,
Oh,
my
damn.
god.
You also get TwitchCon as a thing? Yeah, me too.
This is heinous.
It's too expensive.
TwitchCon itself?
It's too expensive. Also, I'm thinking of traveling to other places that aren't TwitchCon.
Oh, yeah. See, that's what I was saying, is that we should have just done like a big Twitch meetup somewhere else. Would have
Yeah.
saved on flights anyway.
Gotta find a nice location that's like close enough, but
nice
I know some people don't want to
location.
disclose
Middle of the
information.
Sahara.
We're all gonna meet in the Sahara. What now? Meet in the Sahara Desert.
The Sahara. Sahara.
Oh, we got eliminated. What am I doing?
Because we
Yo.
lost. We got
Literally
destroyed.
just. Wait, tie. It was neck and neck.
gonna get some
We
za?
almost got there.
Oh, the
I
Czar.
believe.
Delicious.
All right.
Jackson, get yourself some pizza. Nice. You're right on time for the season 2 of the Cuphead
Oh, I'm
cartoon.
So close
What?
to that
I'm actually
Among
smart.
Us.
Pedro, I'm smart? I didn't know that. I'm playing the game at the perfect time.
Do you play Among Us?
Among Us, I have played it before. It's been a long time. They like added roles and stuff that I've never tried.
Mm.
Do you have a group?
You have a group that you'll invite me to. What?
I don't actually. Sorry, I don't. In terms of Among Us, I've played once and had an okay-ish experience, and don't care to play again. Sorry to disappoint.
It tends to be better whenever you're playing with people that are of a similar skill level. Like, you don't have to be good, but it's better for everyone to kind of know what to do, but not perfectly.
Two ingredients, I think. We didn't. There were people that knew what they were doing, and then I'm bad at lying. So it was a recipe for like discomfort.
Yeah. I'm bad at lying as well. It stressed me out a lot. So I decided my strategy would just be suspicious at all times, so that they couldn't be able to read me.
That's usually like a late game tactic. Like it works later on the more you play, because you're right. Like because everyone now knows. Like oh, they're always suspicious.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or you could I mean, lots of people just killed me because I was a streamer too.
Of
They
course.
were like, name I recognize. Murder.
You're one of them streamers, aren't you?
The
I'll take you with
rascally
me.
game players, eh? Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, I made it through. Look at this man jumping up and down.
Done it. Look at the hippity hoppity.
He's hollering for joy, I'll tell you. What? I'll tell you what.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Be my savior. Here I go. I'm going to the great fan
Save
beyond.
my Fall Guys. Going to the great bean in the sky. Oh my god. I made it. It's a Christmas miracle. And it ain't even December yet.
Ooh. Sorry, I had to do one extra. There we go. Look at us.
Look at us.
Look
We're
at
all
us.
together. Oh my god.
Stop grabbing me.
Hey, that helped me out. I wasn't the bottom of the team.
Nice. But who was?
Who was? I don't know.
Poor Ori. I have 7 siblings. I'm good at lying. Oh, Miku.
Ooh.
Yeah, you got one of them big families.
I got a
Be
big
proud.
family too. I got 9 siblings.
What
And I don't
happened to
know how
me?
to. I don't know how to lie.
I have 9 siblings and I still can't freaking lie.
And I can't lie. Can't lie.
You could also get, Miku, you could also just get away with that kind of stuff because it's a big family.
Yeah.
You find
Mom
out- you
and
find out
Dad
what is
can't read
easy.
you all.
Yeah, what's easy to lie about as well. You're a good people reader, I'm assuming.
Yeah, they got to memorize all your tells, like all the kids' tells. That's just too many to manage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, parenting is hard, tiring.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I almost parented 3 of my own siblings. Just because they were little babies and I had to like change their diapers and take care of them and babysit all the time.
That's a tough life right there.
Practically a father.
I'm thankful for my older sibling. Pushed all the walls down for me.
Nice, yeah.
And I took notes. I was like, okay, don't do that.
Yeah, I got in way less trouble than my older sister. She took the brunt of everything. Bless her.
Literally like ramming her head through like boom, everything. Doosh.
Thanks for letting me watch The Matrix, sis.
Driving lessons. Doosh.
Oh yeah.
Math homework. Doosh.
As a parent of 3 siblings, can confirm it sucks butt. Yeah, to have to watch over your siblings. But Alchemic, now you've discovered that parenting is annoying. Isn't that useful? Isn't that such useful information to have? Now you know that you don't want to have kids.
You are a people reader, Miku. It's a good skill to have. I would never say I'm very good at it, but
Yeah. Like Origin let me on his stream. Like, come on. If you could read people, you would have known that's a bad idea.
wrong move, buddy.
Hey, listen.
Hey, Peter.
Spoiler.
Wrong move.
Hey,
Wrong move, Peter.
don't cancel me, Peter.
Whatever you do, don't cancel me.
Whatever you do,
I thought that's what you said.
Oh,
Don't. Oh! Oh, sorry, I got blasted.
Awooga.
My fall ass got blasted.
Y'all are so quick. What the heck?
You're
What
also
is
good
this?
at video games.
What's this team?
I have to do 2 rounds of this.
Oh my god. Yes.
Yes, first place. I'll be hanging out hopefully with a cat, a chicken, and a not Chad. Wait, what? A not Chad?
Who's not a Chad?
Miku's divulging information here that I need to pay attention to. A
Yeah,
chicken.
take notes. Get out the notebook.
A cat as well? Oh wait, is there a? Okay, hold on. That's amazing.
That was pretty slick moves right there.
Well, take lots of.
Oh, you monetized
Can
it,
you get
yeah.
an autograph?
instead of watching children
From
for no
everyone there,
pay,
does everyone
you
sign a
watch
piece
them
of paper?
for pay. This is a genius. This is a genius we see here.
I gotta say, changing the music from Fall Guys to whatever you want is a nice idea.
It's too much freedom. I don't think that we deserve to have this kind of freedom.
Well, take a look at where we are, buddy. You best remember.
Look around.
Lauren Ray, look at every corner.
Every
Your
corner.
room is free. Every vista, every rock, every tree.
Every eagle. Every bald eagle.
It's him being swooped up by an eagle.
That's more of a crow, I'm sorry. I can only do a crow sound.
You can't do a little.
Yeah, a pigeon's nice.
A pigeon's nice. Quote that.
A pigeon, right? Wasn't that a pigeon? Pigeon?
Pigeon.
Pigeon.
Do not
Pigeon
pigeonhole
du
me.
toit. Oh, I'm gonna hug this wall right here.
Don't touch it. Don't touch that wall. That ain't your friend.
That wall ain't your friend. That ain't your friend, guy.
I will murder. I've killed and I'll kill again.
I'll do it again.
I'll do it again, Mick. I'll do it.
You just say the word and I'll do it, Mick.
That won't be necessary. Do it. Do it, my friend. Oh, I'll miss you.
Whoa!
Maxie! My camera's turned off for some reason.
It's webcam.
Somebody put tape on the webcam.
Oh my god. How do you start this webcam thingy?
I want to be a cam dog.
I was just about to... I want to be a cam dog, Maxie.
It's free money.
It says here.
Right
Maxie,
here.
you might find a mom soon enough. A new mom. They're in my area. I'm sorry.
It's hot moms in your area.
Pete, what are you doing here? I was supposed to meet Charlize.
I love that you know the character names. I didn't know anything about Goofy lore.
I don't know Charlize. Charlize isn't a real person, I think.
Oh, whoa! Did that not play or did I miss it? What
Billy,
the?
welcome in.
I think
Yes,
it
me
played.
too. I haven't
What happened?
been to it for
are
Halloween
sound
before
effects?
either. Oh, that's right, Disneyland and Halloween time. You're gonna see the boogie oogie boogie.
Ooh, the woogie boogie.
Dilly, welcome in. We are playing Fall Guys with the one and only, the Earl of Suns, the strongest streamer on this platform.
Wow. That sounded a little bit Metal Gear, what you did there.
Wow.
Be gay, do crime.
BK do crime.
Brad did that for me. He did a
Oh,
little.
Brad's so good. Yeah. Manoka Dobo's also very good.
Okay.
Can I go remiss without saying
Le chicken.
Les chicken. Les chicken. Les
Le
chicken.
chicken.
Les perriers.
Le portugais.
Oh, I'm the best. Watch me make this one. I'm the best. Snap.
Portugais. Hey, don't move that thing. Oh my god. Don't do
Oh,
it.
he moved it.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Be my friend.
Won't you not kill me? You can't kill me, Mick. I'm a god.
I have unlimited power.
Unlimited power.
Guess where I got it from?
You know it.
Yeah. Well, power, Mick.
The power of Mick compels you.
This is the worst. This is the worst.
I don't like it here. Oh,
I don't like this
Oh, no.
scenario.
Is this the only thing we could? No, you guys are. Hold on.
You like that
Motherfuckers
number
aren't-
one? I'm
aren't
practicing.
engineers
I'm
by
trying
trade, I
to
guess.
practice. Thank goodness Stenner showed me that you could just walk on the edges.
Can
that
I really
helps
make
so
this though?
much.
Am I an engineer by trade?
Oh my god, you did it.
You did it. You won. I did it. I won.
I did do it.
I guess I am pretty good.
the little gremlin child.
I don't know.
Gosh.
I don't know what we're doing.
Gosh, Fall Guys is awful hard.
Is he from Brooklyn? What?
Swapahod. What I would do for a frickin' pizza slice. Oh, what I wouldn't do. Oh, what I wouldn't do. Well, what I do? What would I do for a pizza slice? For a Klondike bar? I'm not myself without my Snickers.
Brooklyn Mickey? Yeah, I got actually perfect the Brooklyn accent first before I did the French Mickey before. Yo, Survivor, thank you very, very much. I appreciate it.
Hey, Jackson, I want to practice this. We gotta get better at Fall Guys. We gotta get fallen.
Fallen from grace.
Could we get a finale, please? I just love the finality of it.
It turns out Dilly was there. A chatter in my chat was there for the Goofy setting up his OnlyFans account. His OF account.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So they know like Goofy personally?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, thank you, Jackson. I
They've
forgot.
witnessed it before, and they thought that I was just reenacting at this point. I can imagine someone. Well, maybe no. Actually, now that I think about it, there might be a big cease and desist letter if someone tried to actually orchestrate like a Disney character's. Oh wait! Oh, this is the every bean for themselves. Oh,
Let's get lucky.
Let's get ready to rumble.
We've been my two roommates and I have been trying to master the Donald the Duck impression.
Oh my
and
gosh,
it is unthinkably difficult.
You've seen the original voice actor, right? Who does it?
I have not.
So I mean, but you know how it's done, right? In a sort of technical sense.
It's like in a pocket in your mouth, right? It's just
yeah. There's a pocket of air that you have to store, and it's so difficult.
Yeah, it also is like, it's also very impressive because you have to do such a specific thing with your mouth, and you have to stop doing it for certain words.
Oh.
You can't just do the voice the whole time, otherwise it'll just come out as gibberish.
Let's go.
All
right, wait, I gotta do an impression. Someone redeemed do a Mickey Mouse voice and say the following text. Okay. Oh my God, I can't not do the Joey accent too. Sorry, Hugh.
Sorry, Hugh. Doing this Brooklyn accent makes it hard to concentrate on card games. Yeah, Brooklyn Rage. Brooklyn Rage.
How was that?
Sounded like Mick himself.
Yeah.
Mick at night.
You. Mick at night. Oh, like Fran Drescher?
Holy snap! What the heck,
The
Shout?
nanny from Nick at Night?
What the heck?
No, I'm just kidding. That was a bit of a stretch.
What the heck with the 1,000
Love the Joey
biddies? Thank
accent.
you. Hey, what's up
natural
tonight?
with the
Thank you
Joey
so much.
accent.
Thank you for the super generous
Just got home
giant
from
biddy.
work, Survivor.
Oh my
Hope you're doing
God!
well. Also,
All the
Dilly,
love
hope
to
you're
you,
doing well. I know
Shout.
you
Thank
said
you
you're
so
doing well.
much. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody just blasted witties. My poor face. It was
No,
pelted.
please.
It was pelted.
Please,
But
do whatever you gotta do.
What was the question, my dear Luigi?
The question? Did I ask a question?
Yes.
I don't think I did.
You did.
Did I ask a question? Oh
Yes.
my
You
goodness.
need to ask me the question
Nick at
again
night?
and give
Nick
me the
at night?
answer.
Fran Drescher?
Hey,
Nick at Night?
Peps, thank you for the biddies.
You
Stop
said Nick
it!
at Night, and then I was like Fran Drescher, like from
Right.
Nick at Night. Right? Isn't that the nanny? No? We're getting
Origin.
away
a
from
baby.
ourselves.
I'm a baby.
A baby.
I don't know anything.
You know what Teletubbies are. You gotta know.
Yes, my mom wouldn't let me watch Teletubbies though. She thought it made you get dumber.
Oh, that was with me and my parents and Edda and Eddie.
Oh, yeah. My parents for like 10 minutes were like, "You cannot watch SpongeBob," and then they watched a little bit of it and they're like, "This is hilarious."
Oh my God, me too, me too, me too, me too, me too. No, my mom was like, "Oh no, don't watch SpongeBob," and literally 2 seconds, me and my dad were watching it. He was supervising me, right? And then we're both laughing in the living room, and that's when my
Can't
mom
help it.
knew she lost the battle.
Yeah, it's good stuff. My
such good
parents like
writing, like-
SpongeBob too.
When you look back at it, it's like, oh, these guys knew what they're doing. it's such a whoa.
Whoa! Could you come back? I want to infect
Come on,
you.
yellow team.
No, come back! Oh my god.
Beep bop, boot up, beep bop.
Scooby Doo boop.
Are there any shows like that in your? This is a question for everyone. Any shows like that for you where, you know, your parents sort of prohibited you from watching because they thought it would make you silly, dumber,
Silly dummy.
silly on the head? Well, someone gets someone. Someone's
Okay, I
gonna have
got
to
one.
play
I got one.
people.
I got one. Oh my gosh, they took forever.
Forever.
Forever, soot. Come back. You little bedazzled bean. Take off your hat and die.
I didn't get captured yet. Help me! Help me! Ollie is. I'm so sorry. I'm not very good at reading chat. Everyone.
I know. I'm trying to read chat, keep up conversation, and catch this stupid beheaded bean.
I am curious to know what everyone's like favorite show, favorite like cartoon was, or is. If you have a current one.
I got him.
First place. Crowns in chat.
Crowns for everyone. Wait, oh, we
GGs.
actually won one?
That was the that was the team. That was the squad.
The
v squad.
what? That was the finale? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, right. Fall crown.
He loves sandy
Fall
cheeks.
winning.
Sandy Cheeks.
Fall winnings in
If I try to
chat. Let's
sound like
go.
Sandy
I'm gonna
Cheeks,
spam
I sound
mine
like
and yours now.
SpongeBob.
Don't
So
you
everyone
dare
can
take the
spam
name of
theirs.
Texas in vain.
Fall winning. Let's
Hey,
go.
let's go, Jay! Thank you for the crowns.
Good job, everyone.
Come
Good
on.
job.
Come on, look at them crowns.
Any shows with magic? So no Yu-Gi-Oh, no magic, no School Buzz. Ah, no magic School Buzz?
Yeah.
With the frizz?
I
No
wasn't
way.
allowed to watch Magic School Bus or Dragon Tales. Ooh, magical.
I had a school that didn't allow the talk of Harry Potter, but my parents were fine with it.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Oh, wow. You get so many points for winning, dude.
Oh, wow. Isn't that wild? It's crazy. Yeah, no, we couldn't
They
be watching
incentivize playing
Dragon
this game to
Tales.
get good. Damn.
Dragon Tales, Dragon Tales.
What is happening
Almost
on my
down for
screen right now?
Dragon
What the
Land.
A lot of things.
What, you just got, have you got pop-up ads?
No, like there's just a bunch of like spamming the confirm button
Oh,
To get through
nice. Yeah.
because it's on Christmas.
That's good.
All right, Miku. Okay.
Miku.
Miku. You can call me Miku.
I want to be a... Oh, wait, it's the wrong feet. Where to... Okay, there. Defeat. Huzzah! Hey, Kuri, what's up? You know what helps with pop-up ads? Twitch Prime! You can sub to Kenny and have no ads! Hooray! No ads? That sounds amazing. How do I get that, Kuri? Oh, yeah, by connecting my Amazon account to my Prime Gaming account. And then subscribing with Prime for free, included with every Happy Meal. That's awesome. Hey, Corey, how are you doing? I'm hanging out with Origination. I've never met this Luigi before in my entire life, but I don't know. The reviews are still out. Not sure how we feel about them, but you know, we're learning a lot. We're learning fast. Oi, and thank you for the shout out for Kuri. Kuri makes adorable art and plays adorable games and is an adorable person.
Okay.
It makes
I
adorable
am back.
YouTube.
Nothing.
Oh, welcome back.
Yeah.
Where have you been?
I just had to catch up on chat. I just had to. It's-
Ketchup on chat. Yeah.
Oh. I'm gonna eat y'all. Flies on your head? I did say that, didn't I? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chris. I misspoke.
You gotta take care of your chat.
It's very hard to do.
I know, right? Do you do a lot of streams with other people's?
No. I've actually had a couple interactions. One with Minoka Dobo.
Broaches?
Brooches. Brooches?
Brochismo.
Brooches. I had a couple brooches before.
You've got a couple of brooches on your outfit.
Let me see.
I just don't know
Achievement
how to
unlocked.
broach the
Not yet.
subject.
Wait, can you say that again? I'm sorry.
No.
Okay.
I didn't say it. I didn't say
Fair
anything.
enough, fair enough, fair
It
enough.
was nothing at all. Don't worry.
It's the left one.
It's the middle one. Ah, dang it, it's the right one.
Oh, it's the right one. Everyone go for the right one. Get it? It's the right one.
It's the correct one.
Just like I'm the right person to win this game.
The right. Just like I'm the Price is Right.
Does that make me a tot?
Tot?
How does that make you a tot? Survivor, what do you mean? No, it
Oh,
doesn't.
we're playing Survivor. No killer. No killers, only survivors.
Have you played DVD before?
DVD?
NBD?
NB? I have played a tiny bit, but I kept getting killed by the same killer, and I got very, very pega mad.
Dilly, we're talking DVD, yes. I've never played. Never played.
You've never been killed, then. Tell them about your doctor
Okay.
experience. No, not my experience with the doctor.
Oh, I have. Okay, wait. I have something that I was gonna admit to you just now as well. So if we wanna trade stories.
Oh, you want to?
Oh,
okay.
The Survivor was helping me. In my chat, they were helping me remember why they said a thing they said. Because I'm very bad at like keeping track of past conversations, past and future. So we were talking about ketchup on chat, and they said, "So does that make me a tot, like a tater tot?"
Aw, you are a little
And
tater
then,
tot.
and then I was like, "Why did you say that?"
Because you didn't know what
Anyway.
a tot was until now.
I just forgot that you said ketchup on chat.
Oh, but you did make slurping noises like you were eating chat and you were licking your fingers.
And I completely forgot that story.
Wow.
One of what?
It's not the dragon fruit. It's the grape.
Yeah.
Oh,
I thought I could cheese it.
I should have not said what it wasn't. What the heck? Okay, this time I'm gonna.
Just like repeat the fruit over and over. Grape, 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 grape.
Yeah, that's a way better idea.
Go grape, go grape. All right, I can now.
Don't push me, you little. Listen here, you little boy.
You little asshole. Wait, Slick's got the cool costume.
Slick. Slick.
That's my friend.
Lance, you're a friend. Sorry. Banana, I think. I think it's banana time.
Not that you need to know. Thought I'd mention it anyway.
Hey, Witchley boy, what's up? Witchley boy, we're chilling, playing some Fall Guys. Hanging out.
Hanging out trying to bag some wins.
I hope you're doing good. I'm doing fantastic today. Just goofing around. Today's like an off day. This is weird. This is weird. It feels like an off day. It's nice. It's just me hanging out with my friends.
Are you focusing? Are you concentrating?
I wasn't. No. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do now. It looks like it's pear.
Yeah, it looks like it's pear.
Splendid. Just
Splendid
bear with me.
fruit. The new dating sim is pretty top. You like it? Should I stream it?
I've heard about that. What is
Especially
it,
since I
trying to
don't
get
know
on
what-
top or
Top, like as in like, it's tops.
the top
It's
top tier
good.
game
It's a top tier game, like
coming
bruv.
out on
It's
top. That's
I
what
mean,
it's called, right? Coming out on top.
Yeah, right. There's a bottom, there's a top. I think is how that goes.
Oh, is that how it works? I wouldn't know. I've got no
How that
idea.
goes. How that goes, mate. Can't have yourself a little Dead by Daylight playthrough without a little danger.
Yeah,
Danger in the
that's the Dead by Daylight dating sim, right? Oh my god. Y'all are all degenerates. I just want y'all to know that.
You are all degenerates. And oh, I hate this one.
What is that voice?
I don't know. Oh, I could have done it. I could have done it, but I'm not cool enough.
Could have maybe sort of did it.
Thank you.
I want to get
Golly graciousness.
I want to go.
I wish I was that cool. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Cool.
I hate this game. Not Fall Guys.
Yeah.
This is
This axolotl
yucky.
is straight up.
Oh my gosh. I haven't gotten a single wing.
I got a ring for us, guys. Woohoo! Ring up. I'm not the total worst anymore. Woohoo! I'm the second worst. Here we go.
Where's the, oh, there's a golden one.
My roommate is booing me right now. Oh my gosh.
Would you
Wow,
stop
these
it?
guys have hops, dude. I can't even do
Oh,
it.
stink. I'm not helping. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I hate it here.
I hate it here. I
can't give me
always
this
hated
little-
this house.
Me and Slicker. I want to die right here. What do you say again?
I hope I die here.
I hope I flim and die here. Oh, there we go. I made it.
Oh, you just got
Flabbergasted.
You stole my ring.
We're halfway there, brethren.
That was for my fiance,
Stay strong.
the
In the
Jedi.
Force. The Jedi. Over.
Jedi are not poggers.
Anything but boogers.
Poggers.
It's a booger.
It is a Pogera. Super Mario. Oh no.
Do
Oh,
it.
super-
Do it, Axolotl man. Do it. I dare you. Fucking do it.
Just
Be the first to try.
go ahead and try me.
Oh no.
Mine.
They're friends. They work together.
Yes, yes, yes.
Bum, bum, bum.
Nobody is free. Nobody is
Nobody's-
qualified.
Nobody's first.
Nobody's free.
Oh,
No, don't
God.
do it!
No, three guys.
Pistol Pete!
Man, we did it. Oh, we did it. You're pretty sexy.
Why did he say that?
I don't know. I
Don't
felt
make
like,
Goofy say that.
This ring one is ass.
You're
This ring
about to
one's
make
pretty
me
ass.
act up.
About to make me. I'm gonna teach Max about the birds and the bees.
He sounds
leaves
so
in the
happy and
tree.
wholesome about it.
The birds and the bees.
Oh yeah, I should try disheveled. I'm gonna have to teach Maxine about the birds and the bees.
Who's Maxie? Who is this character?
His son. Wait, what?
Maxie?
Maxie.
I thought it was like Maxine. You were saying Maxine. I thought it was.
Oh my good. Wait, hold on.
that
chat.
was
Wait,
Goofy's
wait,
wife.
He's not lying. Wait, I had to. Does he not know?
I thought you were saying like Maxine.
He always calls Max Mac. Wait. Oh my God.
I've only seen the extremely goofy movie like twice.
No, not the original either.
No, I haven't.
Maximilian. It's his full name.
Maxie.
The perfect. You've
That's
never
his
heard of the perfect cast?
No, no, I haven't
Oh my
heard. I have. My roommates do goofy impressions. That's what they were saying.
Oh, I see. It's
Max-
fine. All I'm saying is you
Maxie.
should. Oh my God. The Goofy movie is one of my favorite movies. You've seen my top 10, 20 favorite movie list, right?
Yeah, we agreed. We had like the same top movies. Or the
think you'll
same.
like s-
Our question was what? You could only watch like 3 movies, and we picked pretty similar movies.
Yeah. We picked like thematically. Whoa! Someone wants to sabotage. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Slick.
Sabotage.
Don't fall upon my honey.
My bunny, honey. What?
Oh, bother, my honey.
Oh, bother. Mace Windu.
Christopher Robin.
Christopher Robin.
Why was he warbling like that? I hate that.
Because he's a warbler. Oh, mother. Warbler. Maxie.
Maxine.
Maxie. Remember your mother, Maxine.
Sorry.
Among Us.
Among
You
Us.
can do it, Among Us. What's that game you're playing again? Among Us?
What's so funny about Sussus Among Us?
What in the world? What in the
What in the
world?
ho?
You are cracked.
Wow.
Cracked.
Y'all are amazing. Good job.
Y'all made this
Y'all
stream a
are
success. Well done.
Poggers.
You are puggers.
Ooh, Zanuck. What's up? Oh,
You got any
Stinner. Hey, it was
Poggers?
fun to play. It was fun to
I take it you've
play.
seen the Pro ZD,
Thanks for carrying
video
us.
Goofy taking, yes, you're
Thanks
talking to
for
Maxie
carrying
about
us.
the birds and the bees. I am.
Okay, it looks like my friendo's got to bow out. Thanks for carrying
right.
us, friendo. Oi, oi.
Thank you for helping us get 2 wins,
Gosh. I
2
can
crowns, and playing in general. I appreciate you very, very much.
They was gaming. Wait, but enjoy
gamer.
the
I'm
rest of your
level
night if
42
you're
now.
headed out. Hey, we'll see you later,
Level
Stinner.
43.
Thanks for chilling. It was big fun.
Jeez Louise.
golly. All my friends are gone.
I'm level 45, 46 now. Okay, goodness.
Oh my god. You are
How long
schmoving.
does this go on for? I can vouch too
Life?
if y'all can do doubles. His friend Dippin', yeah, his friend Dippin'.
Dippin'
Jay,
Dots. I think
do you have
it's-
anyone else that would like to?
I don't see anybody online. It's 19 days, by the way. I think that you have
Thank you,
to,
thank you, thank you.
to become the best. The very
You are
best.
so consistent and thorough. I appreciate that about you.
Thank you for mentioning my consistency.
You remembered a question I asked and you answered.
What
I would
question?
never have done that. What?
Do you remember whenever you responded to my query? Well,
Zal says they're down if you're still want to do fours. Do you want to do fours?
we can.
Do you think Zal would like to hop on at this moment?
You think that they would?
Yeah.
Is
Well,
it-
sorry, I'm talking about a friend that I have.
It may be possible that they would.
I was like, wait, you know Zal too? Oh my
I
goodness.
know anybody you want me to know.
Turn the game on
Also,
right now.
zombie
Right
food!
now. Right now.
What's up?
My goodness. You guys, you spoil me.
Zombie.
Are you ready to get more crowns?
Can you play?
I don't
Oh,
wanna
sure
give
you
up too
could.
much
Sure you
pressure
could.
on
Are you
them, but
online?
They're
Let me see if I can get you in.
good. Loading in. Zal, welcome in.
Oh, are they loading in? Okay.
They're loading in.
I got a friend. I got a backup friend.
Oh.
In case somebody else bows out. I'm sorry, zombie
You're
food.
gonna want to sit down
I didn't
because
see
you're gonna
your-
stand up.
I
when you see their
didn't see
username.
your message, zombie.
Is a
Sorry.
glorious username that I think Epic gave them.
Glorious. Oh, Epic gave them the name.
I think so. I think that's the story. Something where it wasn't in their control and just sort of it miraculously became what it was.
Oh, that's nice. I got a
Thanks for lurking.
I got my account hacked by some Russian, and they changed the name and all the information, but I still recovered it.
Very good.
But I had to
Are
switch
all
from
those-
rubles.
Rubles?
Rubles?
To Erlo Sud?
No. Rubles, the currency, to because they wouldn't let me buy anything because it was a Russian account.
Yes. Rubles, of course. I
Da,
forgot.
the ruble.
That is the becoming
That is the big ruble.
becoming the count. That is the currency. Of
So many rubles, what will I do?
I better count them.
One
One.
ruble, 2 ruble.
That's all the ruble.
That almost sounds painful.
Who's your favorite Sesame Street character if you have one?
Sesame seed character?
Sesame Seed, yeah.
I'd say either Bert or Bernie. I don't know. They seem pretty fun. I think I like Bert.
Bert and Bernie.
Yeah.
Bert and Ernie.
Bert's kind of a grumpy fella. I like him.
Yeah,
He's like Oscar
like
the
how
Grouch,
Ernie-
but less toxic.
yeah.
Obsidian
He's like Oscar
Moon!
the Grouch, but like a ripe banana as opposed to.
Oi! Obsidian Moon! How are you
unripe
doing?
banana.
Thank you for the lurk. An unripe banana.
An unripe banana. Oh, I'm readied up. Okay.
Technically
The
unripe.
gay hornet is here.
Finally. Not to be confused with the green
wasp.
hornet,
Oh.
the gay yellow jacket.
Take your yellow jacket off.
Take that off. Don't you know yellow's cursed in this game? Don't you know? Don't you know?
Curseable piss.
Howdy, everyone. Canadian Mickey Mouse here, don't you know?
Don't ya know?
Minnesotan Mickey Mouse here. Having a good day at the state of oldies. 1,000 leagues.
I don't know what I'm doing anymore. My brain is broken.
I'm just letting you go off. I just want you to
Maybe
pop
that's
off, alright?
best. That's best. Thank you. I think I more of sizzled out. Fizzled. It's a jazzy fizzle.
Your brain don't fizzle.
Oh, this music's
DoorDash.
so good. DoorDash.
Man. Welcome to the gig economy.
May I take your order?
How may I not tip you? What? Oh, whoa! There's water at the end.
How may I not be an employee?
Ooh, I saw a Baluda bear.
A beluga bear?
No, the Baluda bear.
Oh,
From the Jungle Book.
oh! They already have that out, yeah.
Yeah, it's actually apparently like re-released because they had a jungle
Very
theme.
good,
You know?
very good, very good, very good.
Oh, bollocks.
Oh, blasted!
Oh,
Blasted doors! Oh my gosh! Oh my lord! There was only one, two. I mean,
Christus.
I went the wrong way, Christopher Robin.
Oh, Christopher Robin. Oh, I'm Christopher Robin. Can you order me a pot of honey? It appears that I'm stuck in the dryer.
Can you guys hear Earl's amazing Winnie the Pooh accent?
Winnie the Pooh accent. I love
Yeah,
that.
it's an accent.
I'm from Winnipeg. Winifred.
Or is the music too loud?
Oh, crank that music.
Oh, bother. Oh, Christopher Robin
bother.
will be furious.
Wow, we're winners! Hooray!
We are winners. We are winner.
Is this a Vienna chicken dinner?
Winner.
This is a chicken dinner of a Vienna.
I was about to say, what are they, besides chickens, don't they have like Cornish
Awkward.
game hen? Winner, Cornish game hen
Awkward.
dinner.
Awkward is loose. Awkward is
getting a
loose
raid.
from McDonald's. No more
Hello.
McDonald's.
Insert
for
streamer
awkward.
name.
He's doing a raid call over there. Awkward. Oi, 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 oi. The Winnie the Pooh voice returned for a short moment. It was just a peek. Just a peek. Just a moment. How are you doing, Awkward? What's good? What's good? Off to the promenade. Splendid.
Splendid.
It's a party for us all. Everybody prepare your trousers for a lot of jumping. Skinny Goat! Skinny Goat 841's in this game? Oh, shucks. Didn't know that we'd have competition. Does make you want to go watch Christopher Robin. What, the Goodbye Christopher Robin? Or the, like, So Long to Christopher? Whatever that movie is with, like, the live-action bears and stuff. It's so weird looking.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome home.
My camera is turned off on me again.
Oh, no. How will they see your lovely face?
I don't know. Of course, Sol. Thank you again for the raid.
Great
Wow,
friends.
these water balloons. These water balloons are great. I love them so much.
Golly, I love playing in the water.
I love it when it hits my face.
It tickles. Stop!
Tom Kenny like karate chops his throat to do that.
Yeah,
voice.
yeah. Every
It's
time.
ridiculous.
I want. Oh no! I want there to be like an added sound effect every time he does that. Just. All right. We're gonna win this one, right?
We're gonna win, right?
We're gonna win this one.
We're not gonna lose again, Ruby.
Have you watched The Boys?
Just aside the. Oh no, I've not seen The Boys. No.
No boys, eh?
We did it. Also, welcome in, Jackson Skyfire.
Hey, that's my
Jackson
friend.
Skyfire.
Well.
Bless.
Did
Thank you very
tell
much,
them to
Jackson.
follow.
By threat of death.
Well, I will say I don't know if they have.
Hey,
but
Earl,
it doesn't
don't
matter 'cause
die.
they're Anonymous
Oh, okay.
follows. It doesn't matter.
Christopher
Don't worry
Robin
about
with
it. Don't worry about
Ewan
it. Don't worry about it.
McGregor.
Don't worry about it. Who is that? Who could that be? I don't
What?
know. Who could that be that just did that? Thank you.
Ewan
Whoever you are.
McGregor, eh? I haven't heard of this, Awkward. Didn't know that
You
that was a
can
thing.
do it. You can do it.
You can
I really like your Mario impression.
Hmm?
It's very clear, crisp, pristine.
Crispy? Crispy and
Crispy.
crunchy?
Oh. Follow-up question that has nothing to do with Mario. How do you like your bacon? If you eat bacon.
How do I like my bacon?
Mhm.
Last time that I ate bacon, it was on a meatloaf.
Ooh, that sounds impressive.
But I like it to be a little chewy, a little crunchy, somewhere in the middle. I like it to have some fatty driplets and also some
Yeah.
crunchy crunchlets.
Sorry to raid and run. No problem, Soul. Please go get food. And speaking of food,
Get bacon.
get bacon. Or if you can't have bacon, get something you like. Because I like bacon. I like it crispy. I like it. I think I had a bad habit of liking it like charred,
Ah, you like it burnt.
like a chip.
That's how I used to eat my my marshmallows. When I
Yeah,
would set them on
me
fire and then
too.
blow them out.
Me too. Me too. I like the. This is the one where you can jump and run and have fun.
Yeah, you can jump and run and goof and gaff and oh, it's a jolly
a
old
goof.
time.
It's a goof and a gaff. I'm having a laugh.
You're gonna have a hoot.
I'm gonna have a laugh.
We're gonna have a hoot and a half.
We're gonna be first, not last.
First, not last. Top of the class. Forget your past.
Or you can slap my
Mast. Of my ship.
the master me ship, boy, yo. All aboard.
The master me ship. SpongeBob.
Welcome aboard. Oh.
Don't touch me.
Welcome me, boy, yo. Have you got a ticket for that? To be on this here vessel?
You got clearance for that, lad. You shouldn't be here. No
shouldn't
stowaways
be.
allowed.
Was it? Oh yeah, the famous Joffrey Rush line. You best start believing in ghost stories, Miss Turner. You're in one.
You're in one.
You're in one. Oh! They done effed me.
You got effed.
In the B.
F in the D. I'm running.
Effed in the B, Maxie.
Maxine.
Oh fuck me. I'm actually dead.
Oh no. I thought you were actually dead long ago.
There's few survivors.
Can you
Ice
imagine?
Chai, what's up? Oi,
Now that is making me want Hawaiian za from Hawaiian pizza. You like pineapple on pizza?
It's okay. It's okay. I do not mind it. I don't often order
Jackson.
it, but sometimes it works.
Right. I quite like it. I don't go out of my way because I'm a classic pepperoni kind of dude.
Just a classic pepperoni kind of guy, all right.
Just a classic pepperoni
You know,
kind of guy.
I just like pizza, you know, pizza.
Yeah, it's gotta be. I'm a pizza person.
Listen, they don't make it.
Pizza Planet.
Pizza Planet pizza.
gotta have a nice
Planet
little-
pizza.
Ooey gooey thin slice of Pizza Planet.
What little
Cheesy, I get wheezy. If it's too cheesy, I get wheezy.
man?
This planet's made of pizza.
Planet pizza. Take me there. Have you done this one, Origin?
I've done this one. It's very bad. I'm very bad at it. I mean,
It is a very bad game. Bad game.
I'm just gonna try and fuck up everyone else's day and behind.
Yeah, that's the plan. The plan is just you're gonna be screwed over, no doubt. So you might as well hurt others.
Because everyone else doesn't want to. I can't be ahead of the curve in this game.
Yeah, because you can slip off the edge. I almost slipped twice.
But you didn't, because that's how good you are. you see.
Oh, that's true. I was gonna say that.
Oh, thank you. But that was my line, actually.
Took the words right out of my palatine uvula. I don't know.
I thought you were gonna say umbilical cord for a second.
What? You took the words right out of my
umbilical.
umbilical cord. I feel like
yep.
we're tied together, like two brothers
Only,
that
we're like
share
brothers,
an umbilical
only
cord.
closer.
Only closer.
Oh,
I'm gonna die. This is not good.
I'm going to fucking explode.
I hope I die here.
All right. All right, you guys leave me the fuck alone, okay?
Not touching, hey, back off.
I'm gonna leave you all alone.
Listen here, Baloo the bear.
Oh, look at all this blue. I can't possibly F this up.
You can't possibly lose.
Watch me F this up.
Watch me die. Oh no, I've fallen. Blasted all. That stupid bear! That stupid bear screwed me over.
Let's
Oh,
go!
I think we won.
We won.
Did it?
Who survived?
Was it Jay or Zal? Gay Hornet?
Weren't me.
Or was it Slick? Slick.
Whoa, slick. Whoa. Whoa, slick moves.
We win!
Hooray!
move, city
Hawaiian's
slicker.
your favorite? Oh, see, I like
That's pretty cool.
I like pineapple
I gave a
pizza.
speech in college on why pineapple should be allowed on pizza. I mean, it should be.
We're still talking about this? Okay, I was gonna
Yeah.
say, I like pineapple on pizza, but I don't love Hawaiian pizza. Like the big
Yeah.
rings, like that's a little too much pineapple. But I like some pineapple.
I kind of gotta agree. It's not my favorite. I like
Some little chops.
pepperoni and pineapple. That's a good combo
Yeah,
for me.
pepperoni, pineapple, and jalapeno. I like that.
Yeah, you got a lot of like, what's it called? Very like strong flavors there.
Yeah, it's a complicated
pepperoni,
palate. The sweet
salty,
spice.
sweet and spicy. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the garlic. Gonna order soon. Let's go.
I'm not gonna read that, Jay. I'm not gonna read that.
Oh no.
Okay, maybe I'll read it. Let's play. Jay says, when I was asking for who won it for us, they said 'twas the gay horny, and the Y is right next to the T on the keyboard. So they meant to say hornet, but
Oh, I see.
the
Gay horny. The unavoidable gay horny. Oi, oi, Von Chick, what's up? We're chilling with Origin.
Nations like taco pizza.
Hi,
Were
Mushroom
you the
Gal.
one that shared the like every state's favorite topping? And New Mexico has like carrot as their favorite
Carrot?
pizza.
No. It's fake
Yeah.
news.
Fake news. Yeah, and they'll believe it down there. I mean, well, I'm just kidding. I have no idea. I've never been to New Mexico. Have you?
Oh, I've been multiple times. I've gone hiking in New Mexico because that's where a big Boy Scout camp is, called Philmont, I think. I've also driven through to go to Arizona and California before.
Driven there. That's a pretty long drive.
Yes, I've driven from Texas to the top of California.
Anywhere out of Texas, I think, unless you're like where on the edge and you're going left or whatever.
Yeah,
Right.
if I drive to California right now from Texas, I will spend more than half of the time driving in Texas. It is insane.
Yeah. Oh wait, that means you are. Oh,
I am really far to the east, so I have to drive through just tons of Texas to get over
you're
there.
practically East Coast.
Yeah,
I love it.
practically, yeah.
Yeah, East Coast Texas.
East Coast, just hanging out in my east side of Texas.
This nearly landlocked state is.
Want me to make room for this one?
It's
No,
coastal.
we can go for another one, Jay. I don't want to force anybody out.
It's a twist
think
on chicken
zombie
pot
food
pie
might
pizza
be,
where
might
carrots
be-
are
might be just
included.
getting ready.
Oh,
Just practicing, right? Practicing.
you did your research,
I
Dilly.
took them.
You really
Thank you,
did.
Awkward.
I still don't
Actually,
think
I
carrots should be
appreciate
on pizza. Sorry,
I appreciate
I
it.
do
Thank you.
apologize.
Thank you.
Can we do it?
Can we win? Find out next
Can
week.
we do the best job we can?
Will we be the very best?
Whoa there, Bobby. Whoa, Bobby. Whoa.
Bobby.
Bobby. Oh, I forgot the jump. Can you imagine that? Oh, I love that. Ninja smoke bomb. Are you a ninja? What village?
I'm a ninja
What
fan.
hidden ninja village would you be from?
What do you mean hidden ninja?
Oh,
is that-
sorry.
what does that mean?
Jackson
Is
said
that
that they were
Naruto?
lurking. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Dear Lord, I'm not gonna make this one. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm saying this right now.
I don't care what village I'm from. I just want cool eyes.
I just want cool.
I just want to be cool. I was never
Yeah. Well, if you're in Naruto, you're pretty cool already.
cool. Right off the bat.
Ah, my knees!
Ow! I have fallen.
I have no knees.
Needless run. Needless violence.
A needless dough. Don't step on the button.
Don't need that. Don't need anything really.
Hey, Tayaki, what's up? Oi, 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 oi! You're here for some Fall Guy chilling. Fall Guy chilling with my friendo
Ninja.
Origination. I'm giving him a whole
Oh,
slot.
I hope I didn't mess up
Can you
someone on our
believe it?
team.
Can you believe it?
Making time for the stream team. Oh,
Wait, is
boy,
this the
oh, boy.
yeetus of the fetus?
No rush. Thank you for being understanding, zombie. I appreciate it.
Very thoughtful. Very thoughtful of you.
Go. All right, 31 points on the board.
Wow, big 31. Big
Meanwhile, you're like 83.
year. No, none of that.
I would never.
I would never say that. But I'd think it.
But I would fucking think about it. Yeetus of the what? Fetus?
It's
Fetus?
Yeetsus Yeetsus.
Jesus Christ. Feet. Peas and rice. Oh, peas and rice. Those dogs are barking.
That's. Oh wait, you said you don't have a TikTok, do you?
No,
I'll be doing
I
about
don't
all
have
them
it.
dogs.
Oh, I'm sorry, mate. I don't have a TikTok. I don't have a TikTok, mate. And I do apologise. I'm fair dinkum.
Not
I'm
a single
apologising
watch
for
in
it.
your house, eh?
Not a single. No.
We'll see you later, Pedro.
I'll sleep
Thanks for
soundly,
chilling.
though.
Much love, Pedro. I missed Origin's joke. Just say
That was,
goodnight.
that was a joke on the
Night-night,
fact
Pedro.
that the TikTok.
That's kind of funny. Kind of funny. I'm giggling over here. Tee-hee.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You've been a great crowd.
Why is he weeping? You've been a very good crowd.
No one's ever laughed at my jokes before.
I kind of had a feeling that this co-stream would be very, very high on voices, and like that afterwards, my vocal cords would be like wondering what was up.
Yeah, that's what happens whenever I stream with Oats, because we always do a
Constantly.
it's and that's really bad for your voice.
Yeah, I could never do that. That's why whenever there's like a toad in a game and I have to voice it, I just do Mickey Mouse. It's easier for me.
Oh, I see.
Oh, okay. I fucked that.
I
messed it up.
win.
I'm gonna win.
Y'all let me win.
Why won't y'all let me win?
Second place is in danger. What?
My God.
Am I gonna be the first of the squad to win?
I'm not gonna survive. I'm gonna die out here.
We placed everyone.
We placed everyone.
We're on the board. Come on,
Playing
Slick.
so hard.
You can do it.
Wee. Huzzah.
My brethren in falls.
My guy.
Fall brethren. Come hither now.
And then
Come
all
closer.
the brethren fall.
Oh my god. That dude, that
I just got
sushi Rito
styled
was...
on. Got styled on by a piece of sush.
Piece of sush.
Yeah, you piece of sush.
Shush now.
Every time the sushi wants to choke someone out, they go, shush now. Sush now.
Swoosh. It'll all be over soon.
Do you have a favorite kind of sushi? Favorite type of...
I'm a kind of a basic boy. I do like a spicy tuna.
Mmm.
But I have not disliked a single sush I've ever had. I had a rainbow.
Nice. You must
I've
have a
had
good
eel.
spot nearby.
Oh, and I've also been to I got some whenever I was in California, when I was in Vegas, and that was some good sush.
Mmm.
I like that place called Kura, where you can just yoink it
Kura?
off of a
Oh, the conveyor
conveyor.
belt sushi? Yeah.
It's so cheap.
Oh man, the only thing I don't like about that, well, I think my wallet's the only one complaining whenever I go there.
Well, Kura's not too expensive.
It's not, but the person I go with loves sushi.
Oh, I see.
I guess that's the problem, isn't it? Mm.
Yeah, the absolute consumption.
Yeah. And those
Hot
when you put
dog.
the plates in, you get the prizes, the potential chance to get a prize.
Oh, sushi prizes.
Like the gachapon.
Gachapon
Okay.
Sushi Edition.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you gotta get serious. All right.
Yeah.
This is make it or break it.
It's no joke. Oh.
This is not. It's time for nice silliness.
It's not a joke, mate. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you. Oi, scheisse.
Did you pick that up? You pick up the Shiza
From
word?
where? I do use it to replace the English one, the English version
English word of
of scheisse.
Shiza.
Why am I already hearing like a TikTok sound?
I think that might be people dying.
Oh,
Oh, bollocks.
oh, mother of God.
Mother of bean. Oh, I just got
make this
boosted, but I wasted it. The effort was wasted. Oh, Mr. Furtle, please.
I gotta be very, very careful.
Shoot.
I'm going slow and steady, all right? I'll see you up there. Hopefully.
You mean you want to go steady?
You really mean it?
Ashley, I want us to go steady.
I wasn't ready, but now I'm steady.
I'm ready, steady to go.
So you die. No touching. Yeah, yes. It was splendid.
Why do I
Gas
sound
station
slightly like
sushi?
Quagmire when I die?
Quagmire.
I'm sorry for all the yelling. Good luck, team. Zal, it's okay.
All right. Oh no!
We demand Toad and Pooh voice redemptions. Oh my God, is that a thing?
To the Pepto?
Is that a redeem? That's a good idea.
That man is
Those are voices that I can actually do.
nothing but sludge.
They're
Team Pepto.
questionable, but I can do them.
Nathan, are you in this game with us right now? Right here now? Also, welcome here. How you
Mr.
doing?
Krabs. Let me see.
Can I do it
We
today?
made it, everyone.
It's always a question of the day.
That was a rough round for everyone, I bet.
Mr. Krabs.
That was pretty rough.
What do I always say? It's
What? It looks like an ordinary. Oh my goodness!
How we all doing? Playing the
Squidward.
Five Guys? I mean the Fall
What?
Guys.
It's just an ordinary Krabby
That's a bit of a
Patty.
slip right there.
I'll stop you right there.
I'm sorry.
I didn't know. Didn't know that your
All right,
mom was named Fall Guys.
I'm gonna hold my breath for this next round.
You know, you might die, but it could help.
Lemonberry. What's up? Wait.
Fall Guys burger
Fallen.
and pies. Fall Guys burger
I'd
and,
like you
and
to
pies.
meet Origin, a troublemaker that I found on the internet.
And if I don't talk, I won't distract my fellow guys.
If I don't talk, I won't be heard. This one's tricky though, because the floor is. Oh my God, there's a fan too.
Yeah, the fan.
There's a fan, double spankers, and also the floor is falling.
I think it's hard. Now we can't really avoid the fan incoming, so we have to be aware of it at all times. Wow.
That was a
Among Us
foolish
level.
decision because this is about to break.
Among Us level.
Good lord.
Oh my
But you
God.
did style on him for sure.
I
think that's-
styled unnecessarily. That was very dangerous. I just want to show
This
him that I
man
can
is
do it.
a hugging fiend over here with the fanny pack and the I gotta
Oh,
give myself
boy.
some room.
Oh, there's a fan! I didn't realize! No!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh, whatever shall I? Oh my lord! oh my god! I'm sorry, y'all. Do it without me. Watch out for that. Oh, I think the grabber's gone. No, I think it's that dude with the fanny pack. He's evil. Don't do it. Don't do it. He's grabbing. He's evil.
Hornet,
He'll
that's
do
what
whatever he
happened to
can.
me.
He'll do whatever he can. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Jay,
You can live. You can live through
Slick.
this.
Oh
You
my God.
win! It was the fan! The fan murdered everybody. Except for Slick.
Yes.
Well done.
Yes. Very beautiful.
Huzzah.
Dude, y'all are legendary.
Y'all are kind of incredible.
Y'all play this game a fair amount.
Oh. Okay.
I love twisting it up at the end a little bit.
Oh, kind of tricky.
He's a kind of tricky man.
He's a tricky dinky.
Don't trust him.
His name's Tricky Dick for a reason.
Don't trust Obi-Wan. I heard his nickname in college was Tricky Dicky.
Tricky
Not to be
Dicky,
confused.
number one Jedi.
So good. Number one. He's got a nice little gravel that's
I want to be the very best.
like no one ever was.
To kill the Jedi is my true quest.
Wait, I got somebody coming in. Hi.
You ready to go, zombie food? You want to jump in?
There we go. Also, to Zarturi, welcome in. Thank you for the Vitas. I appreciate it.
Ooh.
It's always nice to see Vitas.
The
Yeah,
Vitas
have you ever heard
Vitas?
of Vitas? The I forget his nationality. He's one of the. He's a singer.
Yeah, thanks for playing, Jay.
Operatic
It
pop
was fun.
singer. He's
singer, right?
known. He's known for the. I think the song Sixth Element. I believe that's what it's called. Does anyone know what VODS is? In chat.
Too many elements.
Oh, there are too many.
There are too many elements to this conversation.
Hopping out for more peeps.
You could add me.
Thank you
It's
very much,
Earl
Jay. You were so
O'Sood.
awesome.
Earl
Appreciate it.
O'Sood. Yeah, if you
And
could
thanks
add me,
for-
that would work.
For
Oh,
Fall
shoot,
Guys
you already
winning.
did.
Yeah,
I am so sorry.
you got the crown.
I'm
we
so
got someone
sorry,
coming
and
in.
I'm also so stupid.
So generous.
So dumb. I'm such a dumb man.
But I got you. I got you.
I just realized that's a nice.
They've been in
It's a nice emote. Someone's in.
zombie food.
Wow.
Wow.
That's really cool skin right there.
Kind of spooky.
Just in time.
I'm getting scared just thinking about it.
90 days? What is it? How many until Halloween? My favorite holiday, favorite month.
Yeah, isn't there a new, what is that Halloween movie? It's about those 3 witch sisters that eat children or
Oh,
something.
Hocus Pocus
Yeah.
Dose. Hocus Pocus
Pocus.
Doses. Electric Bogalosis.
Hocus Pocus 2, Electric Boogaloo. Is it okay if I add you? Of course. Of
You're
course.
making me blue.
Among Us 2.
They're working on that, I think.
Finally. I can finally yell at 3-year-olds again. I missed that.
Did I ever tell you I got called? Yeah, so I was called out in Among Us once for not knowing that you have to put the key card in the thing at the beginning of that one level.
Oh.
So I played the whole level, and then someone did an emergency meeting, and then I was like,
They're like, he didn't put
Dude.
anything in a card.
and I was like,
Sus.
then I was like, okay, I am bad at lying. You caught me.
Really? You
Yeah.
just said that? You didn't
Yeah.
try to, you didn't pull the stupid card?
I didn't try. No.
Didn't even try. My goodness.
That's
now
how
you
bad
gotta
I
be
am at Among Us.
professional. What the heck?
could
Why
never-
why were those arrows backwards blasted? Oh, I have to go to Frogtown now? Frogtown, USA?
My favorite town of all. I'm going down.
Going down to Frogtown.
Stop hitting me in Frogtown. I hate it. I hate it here. Pusheen. Ugh.
Frogtown.
Be my friend
Be my
till the
friend.
bitter end.
Be my frog. Frogtown. This
We're all
summer.
frogs. This summer.
Frogtown
Frog
hops
City.
into your DVD player.
And ribbit's a mighty ribbit. That's a good ribbit. Is there anything Earl can't do? Jeez.
Earl can't win.
Earl can't even.
Oh, I'm just gonna take the slide. Fuck. Erica's welcome in. How are you doing?
I tried to take the shortcut. There's a shortcut in the middle. But I missed it.
The one with the trampoline.
Yeah, the trampoline at the end. Did you ever have a trampoline when you were a wee baby?
Ooh, when I was a wee bab, I did not. I didn't have a yard.
Did it have a yard?
No, I had friends that had yards.
Yardless.
I'm yardless.
It's a yardless run. No yards.
Maidenless, yardless.
Cockless. It's a.
But I wasn't
what a living.
hopeless.
You weren't hopeless. You hadn't lost hope.
You hadn't lost hope yet, mate. Chin up.
Hope
Fuck
for
up, kiddo.
tomorrow.
Oh, you got DC'd? Why does this happen every time?
What? We lost a
I'm sorry,
friend?
Zal. We lost Gay Hornet.
Oh no. The most important hornet of them all.
The gay one.
It was the only hornet that would bring pasta to the hornet parties.
Oh. Oh my. Blessed soul.
Bless its little gay hornet soul.
Bless its little gay heart. What the? What
That's
is
like a
this
sassy
commentary?
villain.
That's actually a good concept. I'm gonna take that and internalize it for a bit.
Yeah, just let it mull it over.
Nice.
banana.
Keep grinding that battle pass, Ericus.
3 banana, 1 pear.
Okay, thank you. Uno pair.
Banana.
I like going to the middle.
Banana, 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 banana.
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 Whoa.
Banana time?
Stop.
Hocus
Banana
Pocus!
time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, Obsidian Moon. We watched it as a
Okay, I
stream
see
for the
2
first
dragon
time ever,
fruits.
and I loved it. Hocus
3
Pocus is
durians.
very good.
1 grape.
Very good, very funny. Makes me happy. Makes me smile bigly. I'm looking forward to see if it's
Seems
any
good to me.
good. It's got the original witches, and that's what really matters. I want them to be sassy and funny again. Alright, where are we going? What is this?
Grape.
Grape.
Grape. Grape. Oh, that's just grape.
That's just grape.
Okay. 3 pairs. I see 3 pairs.
There's 4
Maybe.
pairs.
4 pairs. 3 grapes and 1 banana. Uno banana.
No banana.
I feel like I've been having the same songs play over and over again. I'm so sorry, everyone. What is that? 1? 4? Whoa.
Pear.
Oh, that poor alligator.
Wow, did you see that pear party?
Yeah, there was only 1 slot.
Dang.
Such sad.
Wow, sad.
Well, so sad.
Chompy
You are
food.
a silly.
Chompy
Oh,
food's
look at
playing
that
right now
goose.
with us.
Did the goose make it?
Zombie
Oh, the
food
goose
good.
made it.
I love the honk sound effect. It has like a little graphic that pops up near your beak, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's very fancy.
Come on, there's got to be another song. Feel free to add songs, everyone. I've heard this one already.
It's my time for redemption. Batteries.
Great.
Battery.
All right, we'll let the song
A
write it
salty
out.
battery.
The goose skin is so good. I like gooses. I like geese, I mean.
Wait, we lost?
Yeah, we lost already?
We lost. We're spectating. What the heck? We lost? So you said we made it.
Did it say... Wait, hold on.
You said that we made it, but we died.
Someone in chat, can you tell me?
We got
Did we,
bollocksed. We got killed. There's our bodies there.
We got axed.
We got Axe body sprayed.
We got axed. Oh, sorry, I'm getting a raid. One moment.
Oh my. Oh my, how I almost didn't mute myself. How embarrassing. Yeah, we got eliminated. That was totally... Well, actually, we lost a friend. That wasn't our fault. Like, a lot of these games, they give you points the more people that are alive. It's very odd. It's very odd and strange. I don't know why they do that. But, yes, we did die. We need our fourth. I don't know where they went. Pretty sure that you didn't have enough points. Yeah, the DC. Exactly. Yeah, like you have to have your whole team, unfortunately. That's why I like to play duos. Oh man, playing with randoms in 4 is the worst. It's the worst. You can't trust a single soul. Well, what do y'all think about these skins? I like this hair. I like this hair a lot. The hair's very, very cool. It's galaxy hair in like a ponytail and a little droplet on the front. I like that. The Melon Mariners. This is kind of cute. I kind of like this. This reminds me of the fake pirate from the Pirates claymation movie by Aardman. The suspiciously high-voiced pirate that turns out to be a girl. You got Mowgli. Got little leaves in his hair. I like that. I like the little leaves in his weave. Shere Khan looks he looks out of it. Let's be honest. It does look like Shere Khan's in this game. Oh yes, I was just reviewing the store, the products on the store.
Very good. My friend can't make it back in, but we do have a special redemption.
Oh.
That was redeemed. It was called Super Hydrate. Have you ever seen this before?
No. What is it?
Called Super Hydrate. I had to do away with regular hydrates because it just wasn't enough, and I want to know if you and or your chat would be interested in partaking in this one.
What is a super hydrate though? Is it like a fire hose situation or like a pool situation? Like,
how would I describe it? I think it's where the entire community gets up and dances and drinks water.
dances?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I'm down to do a little dancing and drinking.
Okay, let me see if I can pull you up.
Really?
Browser
Oh,
source.
you got to make
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, you got to make sure that I'm dancing.
Well,
Okay,
I'm
so
just-
is everybody down to drink and dance?
Is everyone down to drink and dance?
Would you be able to like wait for a second and let me get a glass of wine to dance with?
Yeah.
Because I don't really want to drink water.
We'll wait. We're gonna have a co-op stream. Thank
Okay,
you for doing
sweet.
this. by the
Everybody
way.
get ready. I'll be right back. Everybody get your drinks. We're gonna give you just a moment, okay?
My body is Reggie.
Y'all just hang out with Origin for a minute and I'll return shortly.
Hello. How are you liking today's Fall Guys stream? And also, how are you all doing? I don't think I've quite looked over at Kenny's stream in a while. So I hope y'all are doing well. Ooh, a super dehydrate? Are you super dehydrated? Jay, you should definitely get that checked. And come hydrate with me. It's gonna be hard for I think Kenny to know what it sounds like, but I guess we'll figure it out. Let me see if I can pull this up while he's gone. All right, I think I'm ready. Now he said he's getting wine. Yes, I'm hydrated as heck. You better be. Thanks so much, Previous Noodle. Have a good first day tomorrow and congratulations. Wait a second. I'm so sorry. I am going to have to go on a lurk rather quickly. I have orientation tomorrow. Good luck.
All right.
Examine, I believe in you. You can do it. Law
Right.
school.
I return.
Law school is a shoo-in.
Ooh, you got the
this.
Croix. Nice. The
Thank you
LaCroix.
again
Very
for
nice.
spending
Je
time
vais
over
une
here.
very
I
nice
see you.
chose.
I see you.
A delicious LaCroix. Yum, yum. Everybody ready for their drink?
Wait,
Their drinks?
can you go quiet for a second?
Yes, I'm a little shy.
Just kidding.
Okay.
I was just talking.
It's going to be hard to do this, isn't it?
Is it? Yeah. I could plug in my wireless headphones real quick.
I'm going to try and minimize so that it's just you. And then... Oh my god, it's showing all of my tabs. Disgusting. Disgusting. Alright. It's just you.
Just you. Just you. Me.
I'm going to try and copy this specific.
What are you doing?
I don't know. I'm kind of just going off. Are you looking at my stream by any chance? You don't have to, but I think it'd make more sense if you were able to see.
I have to look at your stream. Could we get a shout out for Origin so that I don't have to navigate to Twitch, please?
That godforsaken spot.
I don't want to click on that main page again.
Oh, they had created main page. This one's for Tazara Tarumi, who were deemed super hydrate. I hope your community
Thank
doesn't
you.
mind.
Thank you so much, Alchemic.
You dancing.
I appreciate it.
Vino with a glass of vino.
What?
Should be good.
What are you doing over here? What am I looking at?
Are you ready? You can see.
What are you doing? Oh, you got me on your screen. Whoa, that's crazy. How'd you do
Can you
that?
hear it all? Can you hear?
I'm not listening.
That's fine.
Because I'll hear myself.
Yeah. You just go ahead and dance.
I'll just go ahead and dance.
When you see me dance, I don't know.
All right. I'm ready to go. You just, everybody, let's dance and drink.
Okay, let's do it, and then I'll thank you later.
This is not dancing music.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be dancing.
Yeah.
very hard to sip and dance.
It is very hard to sip and dance.
I'm so super hydrated now.
Can someone clip that, please? Thank you.
Still, no, please don't.
Oh my god.
Okay.
The instant regret.
Yeah, it was incredible. We're so hydrated now. Thanks a lot. Who did that? Who forced me to dance?
Zara Terumi.
All right.
Well, okay then, if I must. All right.
You ready to
What say
roll?
you?
Did everybody sip? Everybody got their drinks?
Did everyone have a good time?
That was quite an experience.
Wow, your chat was bussin', as the kids say.
Yeah, chat's going. They're going for it. Were y'all dancing now? Were you really dancing? Innocent Alex, let's. Oh yeah.
It's okay, you can lie.
Yeah. It's okay.
Right.
Lying is recommended, actually.
Actually, please do it often. Thank you. Oh, also, I forgot that you subbed, so I appreciate you for doing that. I shake you warmly by the hand for the power of the internet. Thank you very much.
You got a strong grip. Oh my god.
It is the strongest grip on this
Hey,
platform.
thank you for the follow, Soul Sapphire. What's up?
Go check out Earl of Suds if you have not already.
Welcome,
Literally
welcome.
the best streamer
The best
on this platform.
streamer.
Thank you, Jack, for that not clip. That is not clipped.
I think Origin is poggers.
Is that the late great Gilbert Gottfried?
Yes, I love his voice. It sounds like it's being squeezed out of a very tiny tube. Gilbert Godfrey.
You kind of have to imagine yourself do it, like being put through that situation to like do it. I can't
breathe. It's painful.
Can't breathe.
The pain is too much.
Oh, the headache! It's too strong!
Oh, the humanity.
He's very good.
I've had enough.
All right, sorry.
Soul Sapphire.
I like how
aw.
we're just like
Cute bear.
pushing each other back,
Cute bear.
like further beyond.
Is that true?
What do you want to do now?
I
Would you like to?
We could play some more Fall Guys if you want to.
You could play Fall
Why are
Guys.
you so hydrated that you... What is that hydration making you think?
Wait, what?
You
What
got
am I thinking?
hydrated. Now, I don't know. You seem different.
I don't mean to. I'm just
kidding.
I'm just vibing.
I could I could invite another person if you want to play 4, or we could go back to 2, or I don't know.
We could keep doing 4. We could do 4.
Okay. I'll invite another friend that I have here.
We'll see.
Yeah, if
We'll
you want
see
to
if
join
they're-
Taiyaki, you
Ooh.
can. No
You
pressure.
got a lot of friends.
I just gave you a
do.
little invite just in case. Oh yes, this is a very old Steam account.
Oh snap.
I've been on it since the olden days. I would like buy big boxes that just had download codes inside of them from like half-price
wow.
books, I think. I'd be like, Steam, what's this? You mean there's no real disc?
That's when games were like real. You couldn't tell.
Yeah. Any real
Hi,
games
Aki.
in chat? Like,
Hey, Aki P, my bad.
okay, like games today are just kind of fake.
I'd say so. Well, I think I'm a bit too bright.
All right. Now let's just go grab another crown. We'll just get up, get out of our seats, go grab a crown. No big deal.
It is pretty hard to dance and sip water at the same time. So
Yeah, I was trying to sip out of this glass, and I was on the struggle bus.
I think it happens like every stream. Someone redeems it.
I was also listening to very, very smooth jazz, so it didn't have a very strong beat for me to dance to.
I think what's good with that is that I don't know. There's some textural variety in the styles of dance and visuals going on.
Thank goodness. I want to dance like those people. Have you seen that clip of them underneath like an overpass, and they're all in like
Oh,
gothic outfits, and they're going.
Yeah, they're doing hard style.
It's cool.
I remember my EDM phase.
Oh, you
I
do?
still have it a little bit.
I still have my face.
Actually, it never ended.
EDM never really leaves you alone.
Mm-hmm. Man, I forgot the question I was gonna ask you.
You're gonna ask me how I got so good at Fall Guys?
Yeah. How'd you get so good at Fall Guys?
Oh well, now I'm too embarrassed to answer.
Well, maybe when you're older,
When you're older, you'll understand Fall Guys.
I'll be able to.
Something to
Ooh,
look
I don't think
forward to.
Yes. This cupcake is pretty cute.
Pretty cute cupcake.
Mm-hmm.
Cake in a cup. It's a
What?
cake in a cup. It's a cake in a cup.
Oh no! I'm being seesawed.
Aw, you just got sawed.
All right, fuck this.
Seesawed in half. Oh, you.
Oh no, zombie! No, I saw that.
You get 12 Resident Evil games for $30 on Humble
Saw
Bundle right
Death
now.
of the Undead
30 bucks
before
is
my
kind of a
very
lot.
eyes.
Not gonna lie. Like I've already got Resident Evil. I already got 2
Okay, I'm in.
remastered.
What is going on with my auto DJ today? I do have a lot of smooth tracks.
I already have what's it called too? The new one, Village. Village should be
There
the
we
most
go.
expensive one. $30? Which Resident Evil game is worth $30? Be
This
honest.
song is from NSR.
Be honest.
Okay, question for you, Origin, that I just asked everybody. What Resident Evil game is worth $30? Because there's a bundle right now for all of them at $30.
Oh, very good question. If you can get 5, if you can get 8, but
Five's
those are
good.
the only ones I've. Yeah, 5 is a good co-op experience. I think that's what I like it for the most. It's also depending on how you like your scary things, your scary situations. It's good. It's a good jumping off point, at least for me. That's because I'm like I'm a baby when it comes to horror stuff.
Oh, I need maximum horror because almost nothing will make me jump anymore.
Then maybe 7 you might like, and 8. Although I've never played 7. I played 8, and that's just more of, I think, what happens in 7. So
Is that Village? Is Village 8?
Village is 8, yeah.
Oh, I've played a little bit of Village and I liked it.
Ooh. Now that I think about it, you might like the remakes. I hear those are pretty good. Atmosphere in, well, maybe it's weird when you talk about atmosphere in Resident Evil. I think a lot of people might like shoot out like the first few ones because it has a really strong like
Yeah, but that
Fixed-
control scheme.
yeah, fixed camera angle. Tank, is it tank controls? I forget.
Uh-huh.
But
Yeah, tank controls. I'll tell you the scariest Resident Evil experience I've ever had was my friend who's not incredible at games being slightly drunk and trying to play a Resident Evil game, and we were like, run through that door! And he's like running the wrong way because he doesn't know how to get out of the building, and he's just getting chomped. It was so stressful.
oh my, that sounds scary.
If you're bad at games and you play horror games, it's very spooky.
It's very, very spooky.
Very spooky.
Stop grabbing onto me.
No
You're not
touching.
allowed.
You can look, but you better not touch. You better not touch.
You better not touch. You can look, but you better not touch.
Whoa, my
Or
God, I
will
almost
call
perished.
my lawyer.
Oh my lord! Oh my lord, I almost died. Oh,
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, by golly.
oh my gigger. My tinker. That's what that ant says.
What? What did they say?
They say, oh my tinker. They're saying
I
like,
can't believe.
oh my ticker. It's the ant from Bug's Life. Whenever they see the butterfly put out their wings for
Oh.
the first time. That's kind of a deep cut. I apologize.
That is. I haven't seen Bug's Life. A Bug's Life. Pardon. A Bug's Life in a long time.
I haven't seen a bug live.
Whenever I see one, it has to go.
It's gotta die.
Oh, bug. Sorry.
Sorry. Smashy. Step on me. I mean, I'll step on you.
I think the seesaw level is pretty cruel, but sometimes in this game, like random chance will come sweep you under
Yeah.
your feet.
And if you can be in first too, it helps a lot. Like It definitely is like a snowball of one person in front of you screwing it up. Oh, not tiptoe.
Speaking of which,
Not tiptoe. Not tiptoe. Tiptoe through the window by the garden. That is where I'll be. Come tiptoe through the tulips with me. Oh! Oh!
I used to freak out my high school classmates because they were like, "Well, you could do that pretty well."
Well, sound like country right now.
That's pretty cool. Do that again, and I would do it period after period.
Wow, I'm sure that you were big hit with the
poppin'.
faculty.
They loved me too.
Yeah, they were like, do it again.
Oh well, if he must. All right, everyone.
There it is. Oh, mama, here we go.
I hate that they wouldn't let me go. Wow, I'm sorry, everyone.
That is so sad.
I know these two are alive.
Could you stop flexing? I will report you. Go ahead. Take a little longer. Take a little longer. I'll do it.
That's it, everyone.
I'll do it. Grief and bad sportsmanship. Here it comes. Here it comes. 3, 2, 1. All right. Submitted.
I did it too.
Oh, wow. That's kind of toxic. I didn't expect you to do that.
I just sort of found. I follow. You're just so good at Fall Guys. I figured it was actually.
You're playing
cultural.
Follow Guys.
I was. I'm
Okay,
about to quit. Actually.
Yeah, in retrospect, that was the right move because it looks like they're gonna run out the timer.
And probably like mess with their squad.
Yeah, where are your squad goals?
This is crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy that they allow you to do this, but
This is cringe.
Oh, cringe. Oh, cringe. I believe that Master Anakin posted cringe to the Jedi Discord.
What does cringe mean?
Am I cringe?
Now, Grandpa, you're actually pretty dope.
No, Grandpa, you're based as hell.
Thank you. I don't know what that means.
I don't have a basement.
Based on what?
Based on what exactly?
Why does my tongue do this?
Why does my tongue go
My tongue is getting much bigger. I can barely speak at all.
The longer he talks, the larger.
His tongue's expanding. What's that peanuts in this salad?
There's like a balloon. Oh, sorry, Grandpa. I hooked this air pipe to your tongue. I didn't mean to.
So sorry, Grandpa. Didn't mean to.
Y'all better fucking stop.
Y'all better stop being good right now, or else I'm gonna have to go crazy on ya.
Or else I'm gonna have to. Oh, someone just messed with my petty style.
Somebody just tore my petticoat.
No! Oh God!
Forever. I
Oh
will
jeez,
never die.
please, someone be my friend.
Yes.
this place looks like a hive.
Once I see a squad mate, I'm like, I'm gonna stop being a shithead.
Oh, sorry for killing you and all that.
That's right. Don't mess with my friends.
Don't mess with
I
my
dragged that one
family.
guy down because I'm toxic.
Families first. Oh, sorry for ruining your day.
No, my friend.
I had to live.
Zombie, no.
Ew.
Oh my lord! My stars and garters.
Oh my gars and
Who else?
starters.
Let's go, Earl.
Oh frick.
You just gotta fly at this point. I
Yeah,
think.
just click the fly button. Okay.
Open up.
That might be an allergic
Minecraft.
reaction. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. It was hard. It was hard to
mode.
cut in ego. I was trying to say like,
In that split second.
Was there peanuts in this salad? I'm definitely allergic to peanuts.
Well, wait, isn't that?
"What's
isn't
up,
that the-
ego?"
wait. Oh my
Taiyaki, you did
God.
great. You did great.
That's Crosby Ware.
Crosby.
That's the guy that we had to report.
Oh, really? Well,
And they
well, well.
won.
Well, their team's pretty good, I'll admit. They
They
got
carried
good
them.
friends.
Yeah. Maybe they're having a good time over there.
I sure hope they aren't.
Want to
They're
go for
all-
another one? I sure hope they aren't. I want to see them all suffer.
Suffering for everyone.
Suffering's good. Yes, yes.
Actually, I don't want to be spreading that lie.
What line?
That suffering is good. and that
What?
Mickey Mouse-
No, suffering not good. Actually,
No,
a lot
no.
of suffering that you have can be induced by anxiety. Anxiety never did any good for anybody. So if you feel like you need to be anxious about something so that you can improve yourself, don't bother. Being anxious is just gonna tire you out, and you'll never get what you want done. So just relax, take a breath, take your time.
Yeah, take your time. I know, like, some people don't take well to, like, just relax. Something like in their brain is like, oh,
I mean,
No, I
relax
can't-
in whatever way you want to do it. Like
Yeah.
different people relax different ways.
yeah.
I relax by drawing while watching a movie and listening to loud music at the same time.
That is very kinetic.
Yes.
Is it? Are you watching John Wick or something?
I mean, I'm just saying, like, being overstimulated can be relaxing for me. So, there's different relaxations for everybody.
Yes. Everyone's different. I realize that when you start like, living with people and getting to know them more, that like everyone has their own tempo and way of doing things that just works for them.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
learning to just like be aware of that is a skill that, could be hard for some people.
Movies on the TV, speed metal on the stereo. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Also, very fun to play a game like Tetris with different background music. That's fun. We were listening
Rather
to the
than the
Doom
classic.
soundtrack while playing Tetris.
Oh. You ever have like another soundtrack sort of match up well with whatever it is you're doing, even though it's not the right?
Yeah, and you're like, why does this work?
All right. Well, now that
Again, I did
All right,
the
well, I
same
got
thing
fucked up.
again.
Will I never learn?
it's a bit laggy for me. Maybe it's my fault.
Maybe it's my fault that my internet's bad.
Who knows?
No.
Who knows anything?
Oh gosh.
Abba
Abba wabba.
Quick a wild west. The wild west.
Why did you knock me off the edge? I hate you forever.
I'm a saucy.
Saucy boy. Beware the rhinoceros.
No.
Yeah. Everything seems to be just
Oh,
not
wow, I should've
going
dove.
well.
I should have dove.
I, please.
Yep. I'm in.
Ah, thank God.
I made it.
Good job.
We live, but at what cost?
I think we're all here.
Everyone's here?
So no cost at all. You play Smash Brothers?
I'm not good at it, but I play it. Yeah, I
Ooh, that's high.
too high. I've played a little bit, but I'm kind of casual.
That's all right with me.
I like to play big, heavy characters, like King DDD.
Ooh, I like King Dedede too. I don't play him, but I like him.
Oh, you like him, do you?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I guess I'll take your word for it.
I guess that'll have to be that.
That will have to do, I suppose.
Allow it. Allow it. Isn't that a phrase?
Who's your main in Smash, eh? Admit it.
I play a lot of characters, and at this point I don't think I have a main, but I like to play Young Link, Toon Link, Zelda, Pit, and Villager. I think Villager is my
that villager, that pole, or whatever, the fishing pole,
fishing rod, and the slingshot.
Yeah, and I like riding on the gyroid.
On the gyroid.
The gyro.
The gyroid.
Jethro gyro.
Jeff Keighley's gyroid.
Why?
Sometimes
you just make things worse.
I was gonna say, do you have this thing where, like, you know, a thought goes in your head and then you're like, yeah, I can say that?
It's been a few times.
put
I'm
it-
pretty sure that people in chat could pull up some clips of that. I like to remix words, so like just switch around like the starting
Me
letter
too.
or something, and sometimes
Oh my gosh!
I make
Wait,
mistakes.
me too.
Yeah, sometimes I'll accidentally say something. I'm like, oops, promise, I did not
Oops,
mean
I
to
did it
say
again.
anything in English.
Yeah. Those were all not English words.
All I got was one smile in the chat.
Why is that?
Just
Oh
one
my goodness.
smile. Just the base smile.
Oh my lord. This is not good. This is a really fast middle.
Fuzzy Duck, are you trying to get me to reverse letters there? Ego.
Oh, wait a
Are
second.
you trying to D's nuts me?
You weren't supposed to go in the center. It's easier around the sides, I think.
Ew.
I didn't realize.
Don't. Oh, poo.
Well, third place ain't bad.
Poodoo Slamo.
I play Nast Pikachu and Bugs Bunny. Oh my goodness. Your
Ooh.
Bugs Bunny is crazy.
Yeah, I've been enjoying multiverses. I need to play more.
We should play more multiverses.
We should play. I like playing Harlequin.
Harlequin, yeah. I don't know why I said it like that.
Harlequin
Harley
and-
Quinn.
Yeah, you changed it. You made it even further away. Are you a Harley Kin?
The kin of Harley. I am actually
You have Harley.
Velma. I'm a Velma main.
Velma.
A nerd with glasses.
Did you see me
expect no one
rating Velma?
Oh, they were pretty high, weren't they? Like B? Or...
I did raise them up because I really don't like Velma in, what is it, the Mystery Incorporated show?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Surprising.
She's very, I don't know. She's kind
She's
of
very sassy.
Yeah, she's a little too sassy for my liking. I like the dorkier version of her in the past.
Well,
She's
yeah,
just
like
got a
around
big,
where-
dumpy, frumpy, like, sweater, and she's just like, golly!
Yeah. I like how you can finish the sentence. Yeah. A big dumpy, frumpy.
She's got a good dumpy, frumpy.
She's got a big
Sure.
dumpy. A very good frumpy dumpy.
I love a good frumpy dumpy.
Oh my lord, I fucked up so hard.
Oh, you
So
don't.
hard. I don't like these bridges. Do you like these bridges?
I don't like nothing that makes me. Yeah, no, the bridges are annoying.
I don't like this level actually very much. No! Why did he jump?
Where is it?
Where is he? All right, so now I can talk about Velma.
Yeah, now you can just go ahead.
I think the
tell me
writing
everything.
team went really hard with the sass, because I think early on in the season, well-received sassy Velma is good. It's good for a meme, good for a laugh. Zombie, no!
I wish
Good
not
try,
to
good try.
perish. I wish to
Yes.
live forever.
I wish to not die here.
I hope I don't die here.
Shifty eyes ensue. I hope I don't Die.
It would be awfully bad if somebody was hiding in that cupboard over there with a knife.
In the knife cupboard.
In the knife drawer.
Earl, I think you have to win it for us.
I'm the winner. Number one.
Number one.
Yeah. Whenever they add those silly bridges.
You can suck my fluff.
I quite like Sassy Velma.
Sassy
but
Velma
I do-
is funny, very funny,
I do
but
see it.
I just
Yeah.
don't see me wanting to hang out with Sassy Velma.
Right.
Then again, Ripsy's kind of like Sassy Velma, so I'm not sure.
And Fred's really dumb as a brick. Except
Yeah.
for when it comes to traps.
Gosh.
Let's split up and search for clues, gang.
Come on, gang. We love each other, right? Like, I
No.
guess.
Like, I love Scoob, and that's about it.
I could do without the rest of you. Zoinks.
Like, honestly, I could do without the rest of you.
Gosh. Yeah, he sounds like a Ken doll, and he looks like one too. He's one of the
Yeah.
Hardy Boys.
That ascot.
Hey, it's Linz! Oi, oi, oi! Linz, I didn't see ya!
But
I was too
like what
focused.
they did with the series. With
Linz!
the show.
How are you doing?
How the focus was like more,
Hello.
I don't know, like mystery that you can't really solve, like keep up with.
Too tricky.
And how there's like an overarching mystery. That's probably what I like the most.
I think
But
my
Velma's
favorite,
always
favorite Scooby-Doo content ever is the one with Batman and Robin. Because it's
Hi,
so
Percy.
dopey. And they've got, all the villains are very, very silly. It's funny.
Yes. What about like Scooby-Doo's like what's it called? His adventures with just Shaggy and sometimes Scrappy tags along?
Oh, I've not seen it. Should I?
They're old films.
Old style films?
Not this one.
Yeah, not Tiptoe with swinging. Come on. Who included the swings? Let's be honest, it was a
All right.
it's an
I'll do it
ill-conceived
for the
notion.
gram. Wow.
Did you just
that momentum?
Did you? You just leaped into the abyss.
The abyss.
The abyss. Oh shit!
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to do what that guy did. Oh.
I want to live.
Oh wow.
No! Oh yeah.
Someone stay on that.
We have to walk underneath Le Swingale. Oh no.
The swing.
This is it, you silly boy. You silly!
Oh, my
It's always
lord.
2 at the end.
Blast it all. Oh, I'm so sorry, everyone. I didn't mean to kill you. I just wanted to stun you.
Zombie, I'm sorry.
Did you kill
I'm
someone?
sorry I failed you.
Hey, tiptoe with Bonkus is not fun.
Watch if I
No,
make
it's
it.
horrible. It's a horrible idea. Why would they do this?
Which one is it?
Well done.
What? Oh,
Well, we lose.
this tiptoe is
That one was
sus.
hard. That was ridiculous. The West
So sad.
version.
You just wanted to be the worst.
You're the West version of yourself.
Damn, we're out.
Shucks.
Time to
Damn,
get
we're
out of
out.
here.
Damn,
I
they
think-
really said see you later.
Push. I think I'm gonna make this next one the last one for me.
Oh, okay.
If that is okay.
Short stream. Okay, okay.
So short. I've actually gone over my intended time.
What?
But it's just too darn fun.
Are you planning on playing games after this, Mister? Hmm?
I gotta go. Go. That's it. I was
have
like,
to-
what do I have to do after
Yeah,
this?
you just have to go.
I gotta go.
Arnar,
Oh my
he's got to
God.
go.
Go to Garin party. Yeah, that's pretty much it. How about you?
My, I
What-
think my roommates are cooking up some grub, if I'm not mistaken. So I
That's right.
might
I was
go
gonna
grab
say,
some.
I forgot to mention what I made for dinner, and I might have to do it again. I might make a second one, a second helping.
Oh, double
Gotta-
dipper, eh?
Mm-hmm. A pork katsu sandwich.
Ooh, Ooh, that sounds good. What the heck?
Poor Katsu.
Yep. I want to try and do my own meal prep, but it's so hard.
Oh,
To, like,
yeah. No.
balance that
No meal
on
prep.
top of streaming and job and other duties.
Listen, I have no duties except for streaming, and I still have problems.
What's your excuse, Scoob?
Like, what's your excuse?
Like you're just a dog.
You're a dog in a man's world.
You kind of got a little demonic there.
Like, is that a portal?
Like, is that a portal to it?
Oh, what have I done? What have I done? I've killed this one.
Am I gonna be the first to make it through the thing?
I feel like our team made it all at the same time.
Come on, Eggman.
I lived.
It's an interesting.
You're on mobile, so you're a good
sound
30
going on
seconds
right
behind.
now on my
Thank
end.
goodness. He said duty?
I have duties to take care of.
I have duties to clean up.
That's a glitch. That's a boat
Your
right there.
Duty. Why don't you clean up your dog's duty?
That man was flying.
You were flying.
Good job. GG.
GG. Try again. See you later.
Good round.
Good
Oh.
luck.
Oh, Jack Skellington over there.
Oh, I see there's the hot dog squad.
Zal, I think this is a song from a game that you mentioned, right? Grimm's Hollow? That's the song that's playing right now. I'll bump it up for Zalfira. Boom, boom, boom. What song do you got playing on your end?
I'm listening to Kirby and Coffee. So it's like a Kirby jazz remix, lots of piano.
That sounds beautiful.
It's very
I took
relaxing.
a quick listen. It's very nice. Grim Hollow is cute. You know, you were talking
Is that
about.
true?
I think so.
Oh.
Delphira's opinion is usually true. What was it? Halloween. I don't know how to play some of the games that Zalfira mentioned were good games, but Grabbed by the Ghoulies.
Ghoulies, eh?
Grabbed by the Ghoulies.
Ghoulish.
Whoa.
I do
I'd be
like
kind of
some
balanced.
Phasmophobia is fun, but I've played it too much. It's not scary no more.
And that's the early access, right?
Yeah, it's been early access for like a year and a half.
7 months and 20 days.
It's been 65 years.
Oh,
It's been 73. Get in there, Earl, please.
I'm trying. I was
with all
too
my-
bamboozled. Somebody's name is failed abortion, and I was just giggling to
I
myself.
was like, oof. Oof. Too soon. Not soon enough. Dum, dum, dum. Can we do it? Together. Teamwork.
Have you played any other Five Nights at Freddy's games?
Oh, I thought I could grab onto the... Have I played the new what?
Have you played any Five Nights at Freddy's games?
No. I'd be... pissing me britches.
Well, that's what I'm hoping for. What's the piss count on this stream?
What is the piss count on this stream? Does anyone have a piss...
Yeah, is there a piss count?
A piss check? Can we get a piss check? How pissy am I?
Can we get a piss check?
I've seen Juicy check.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Juicy.
I guess I don't have that set up. But
Come on, butt
I can
spot.
tell you IRL right now, I'm probably 0% piss.
0% juicy.
Oh, wait. I thought we were still on the piss. Disgusting. You better stop what you're saying right now, streamer. Okay, I'm sorry.
Listen here, Mr. Juicy Juice. 100%
Mr.
juice.
Juicy Juice.
We'll see about
I eat that lunch.
We got cartons full of juice.
Do you prefer pulp in your orange juice or no pulp?
Maximal pulp. I love a smoothie.
Nice, nice. You gotta lurk the rest, Ori. Have a good night. You too, Jay. Thank you again for playing with us and being so cool. Have a good night.
Origin, did you just pulp check me without telling me what you thought?
I like pulp.
Oh, you like pulp, eh? All right.
I was
one of us.
trying to nod, but at the same time, like,
I can't
listen,
see
man,
you.
I'm not very good at this streaming thing.
Oh, the streaming thing.
This thing you call a...
I've been a full-time streamer for 2 years, and I don't know what I'm doing at all.
Do you actually feel that way?
Oh yeah, I definitely do not feel like I know what I'm doing.
I think you do. I think you got a good grasp of what works.
I'm just trying to have fun.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people want to have fun alongside you. So, wow, yellow team is... I'll play defense. All
Yeah,
right, here we
this
go.
is going swimmingly. So nice, zombie food saved us. Zombie.
Oh, yeah, how did that ball even get past me?
That
I'm
was
so bad.
play of the game. That was play of the game right there.
Play of the game.
Gibraltar.
Wins.
Defeat.
I was gonna say, yeah, I like pulp in my orange juice.
Your orangi.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm good.
my
The right
roommates
thing.
only like it pulpless. It's disgusting.
That's weird.
Might as well just drink Tropicana.
Or high C.
Get styled on Slam Donkey 69.
Oh no. Zombie, you're a friend of
Zombie,
mine.
no! You. That was our friend. Our friend did that to us.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Hey.
All right, that's it. I'm grabbing.
Nice.
I'm grabbing.
There's so many people here. It is look at all of the jelly beans on this course.
Ridiculous. Yeah, he's grabbing me now, huh?
Oh, so that's
How you like that?
see?
How you like them apples?
You want to get
Oh, you're
grabbed,
doing this-
see? We got some trouble, see? I got my boy, see? I got
You
my
can't
high,
make
see?
four goals in 2 seconds.
Give up.
Grabbed by the ghoulies is a must. How am I gonna play it? Xbox Game Pass?
Oh my god.
Hashtag not an ad. I don't have that.
You don't have the pass for games, huh?
Don't have the pass. They didn't give it to me. I think I would. I like streaming, and I would definitely want to eventually, like, you know, hit a point where that is something I could do more regularly. But I do know it's just a bit. I don't know. Do you have thoughts on, like, you know,
I have thoughts.
how you came up and grew on Twitch?
Oh, I cheated. I cheated from the very get-go because I came from YouTube.
YouTube, right?
My sister has like 600,000 subs or something. It's ridiculous. But
Jesus Christ.
the conversion hasn't been too good though. So it's kind of confusing because it's like I got my
Yeah.
start because of it, but I had like 20 viewers on my first stream, so I don't know. So I do get a lot of people through that, but I don't know. I've just gotten very lucky. I've been very lucky. I met a lot of cool people that will raid me, and
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's how it tends to be, I think. Luck's a huge factor.
Yeah, Twitch has done a lot for me though. Like having this community like made me realize that I was LGBTQ. I did not know that until I got exposed to all these other cool people, and I was like learning a lot about myself. It's very good.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm glad you found the right people too, because it can be a hit.
Yeah,
hit
it
or
can be
miss.
rough out there.
Here comes the fan. Oh wow! It had to make me jump to go.
Oh no!
Sorry.
Zombie food lives.
This was probably the most accessible way to play it. Okay. Maybe one day.
I'm going
But
to
I think you
die.
can do Game Pass on PC as well.
Dang it!
We got one more.
Forgot about the
zombie.
fan. I know, right? That's what happened to me,
Zombie.
Tayaki.
Here comes the fan.
The last time that we played this, I totally forgot about
Oh,
the fan
that's
and I
unfortunate
died.
placement. Oh.
Ah, that was a good try. That was a good
Yeah,
try.
Not much you could do. Yeah, good job. Good job.
Well done, everybody.
Fantastic.
Well done. Shame on the team
Yeah.
for winning. Yes, very good.
Shame on Quaint Octopus 966.
966.
Good job, Quaint Octopus and Bryant and Quick Maths and
Have
Two
you got
quick
that
maps.
new kid, Bryant?
well, that'll be it for me.
Well, golly gee, what fun.
What fun, what shenanigans.
It's been fun.
I hope you all
Thanks
had fun.
for playing games with me, you absolute rascal.
Rascal, you ravaging rascal, you.
Ravaging. Yes. Big shouts out to Origin. It was very fun.
Thank you, Refuge. I appreciate it. And thank you, Earl, for having me here.
Of course. It was, this is the first annual Harvest Day contest.
Yeah. I just want to say, let it be more. Let there be more.
Hey! Origin!
How
dare you? The gift.
I feel like I got gifted, so I have to sort of pay it forward.
Origination gifted a tier 1 sub to Mary 999.
And thank you.
Yeah, lots of fun. We should play again, no doubt about it. Maybe next time we play, who knows? Either a
I know you
cooperative
mentioned-
game that's hard, or yeah, you mentioned
Resident Evil 5.
Unrailed, right? Isn't that the game that you keep
Unrailed,
mentioning?
RE5. I was gonna say,
Unrailed is on
Multiverses.
sale right now.
is it?
Yeah, for $6. You
That's
know
pretty
what?
good. I think
I might pick it up.
I was. Oh, okay. You hear that, everyone? Oh my gosh.
It
We
does
got
look very
Unrailed.
fun and frantic. It's about like you build the track in front of the train, right? You have to like mine resources and like craft stuff.
Yeah.
Can you play with 2 people?
You can play with 4 people, up to 4.
Would we play with 4 people?
Would anyone else like to join? I know I have some friends that have it already, so we could.
That does sound fun, but I won't hold you for any longer now. It was
Thank
lots
you.
of fun. Thanks for falling. And yeah, we play some games in the future or something. We got to.
I'm very what's the word? Confident. I'm happy about doing this, so thank you.
Nice.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Yes, everybody say goodbye to Origin.
Bye-bye, chat.
All right. We'll see you later, my guy. It was lots of fun.
I'm gonna do my closing. Stay original, everyone. Bye-bye.
All right, sounds good. Bye-bye. Beep boop boop. There he goes. Okay, that was an interesting stream. That was an interesting time. I hope that y'all enjoyed it. Definitely very different. Even different from I don't know. Do y'all feel like that was even different from me playing with like Nessie and Salty? I feel like it was. It was a different vibe. It reminded me of playing games with either Arisa or playing games with Obst. It kind of made me think about that. Maybe it's just because it's one-on-one. I don't know. But it was lots of fun. Origin is a really cool streamer. Really love him. And he's very silly. He does excellent voices. Honestly, makes me want to get better. Makes me want to get better at doing more voices. Very, very silly fellow. Lots of fun. But I hope that y'all enjoyed. I think I hear a hello? Thank you. Okie doke. I'll be done in a second. There is food for me. There's food for me. So it is time for me to go. And let's find somebody to raid. And tomorrow we're gonna be up bright and early playing another game with more people. But this time after we play the game tomorrow, after we play Raft with Salty and Nessitopia, we're gonna move on to another game. Probably maybe Fall Guys or something like that. There's a lot of options. But we will be back tomorrow bright and early at noon, 12 p.m. CT, just like normal. And yeah, I'll see you peeps there. Hey, Miles, yo! Well, this is the birthday boy himself. Splendid. Not birthday today. Nobody say happy birthday. But what's up, Miles? Sorry for exposing your birthday on stream. Very troublesome. My apologies. So sorry, Mr. Miles. Didn't mean to bamboozle you now. My apologies. I'd never do something like that. We will be saying. Let me see. Where will we go? Oh, I know. I'm okay. I'm only teasing you, Mr. Miles. Mr. Miles, don't take anything seriously now. I'll explain, okay? Let me hear the explanation. Go ahead, Miles. Try to explain yourself. I need an explanation for your actions. They've been very questionable. Just kidding. I was just enjoying doing that voice, promise. Innocent Alex, thanks for chilling all this time. Oh my god. Oi! Innocent Alex. Thank you for being here. Your ex-boyfriend, O'Neill.
not the ex-boyfriend. That's the worst kind of That's the worst kind of boyfriend. The broke ghosted me a week after my birthday. Oh yeah, I remember that. Miles. You already told me about that. I'm sorry. I forgot that birthday was a little bit of a touchy subject, but of course, like you said, it was okay. You didn't say for it to be a secret, so I did not say. But you deserve to celebrate yourself. Everybody that has a birthday should celebrate themselves because I think that you're awesome, Miles, and you deserve to be celebrated, all right? And same goes for, actually, today is the King of Squirrel's birthday, and also, is it Kate Cat's birthday as well? It's birthday time. I'll tell you what, if King of Squirrel was in this chat right now, I would sing happy birthday to them, but I don't know if they are. You're worried about being bad, and it wasn't? Hey, nice. All right. Good to hear that. Good to hear that, Miles. I saw you streaming for forever. I went into the kitchen and, like, ate some food and watched a show and, like, drank some drinks and just, like, vibed. And then I came back and you were still playing Dead by Daylight. It was... I'm shocked. I was shocked. 24 hours. That's rough to do. I know, because I've done a lot of them. Hey, it's like, okay, the King of Squirrel. Everybody join in for the happy birthday. Ahem. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, King of Squirrel. Happy birthday to you. Hooray, the King of Squirrel. I'm so glad that you're celebrating your birthday with us. Much love to you. Thank you so much for all that you've done and for hanging out with us. Always fun to have the King of Squirrel around. I feel like you're always lurking in the background. There's always a suspicious squirrel that's in the nut collection. Just getting up to mischief and no good. Thank you so much for being the stream's number 2 squirrel. I am so sorry. But yes, the best squirrel in the chat. Woohoo! Oi. And by the way, if y'all want to jump into the Discord, you can get updates on when I stream. You can get updates on people's birthdays and put in your own birthday. It's fun over there, even though it's rather quiet. It's rather quiet without you. So if you could slither on over there, I will occasionally respond to messages. But yes, we're going to move out because I need to go eat some food and I got to wake up tomorrow for more streaming. That's right. He won't stop. It's every day this week. Every day this week is oh my Origination. No! We're hitting! It's Minoko Adobo. Hey, Minoko. Oi. Oh, it's Minokadobo? Oh my gosh, I've been saying your name wrong this entire time. Thank you for the harvest. We're gonna raid somebody else. We can raid another friend of mine or something. We're gonna have to look for somebody because I need to go get food. Oh, well, hello there. A suspicious chicken, suspicious poultry enters the chat. I was actually talking to Opes about TwitchCon because we decided to not go, and I was like, I have some top people that I want to meet, and Chicken Boy is actually one of them. Actually, the chicken is one of them because you seem like loads of fun. Oi! But thank you so much for the follow. No worries. I forget to follow people all the time. I forget it all the time. Sometimes I'll hang out in people's chat for months and I won't follow. It's called going to San Diego and then not to the con. Listen, I would, but it's too expensive, even because there's going to be a ton of people already at the con. And it also, if I get sick, then I'm 2 weeks out, and it's during October when I want to do spooky stuff and dress up and put things in the background. And I'm supposed to do charity stuff during that month. Oh, it's too much.
It's too much all at once. I won't stand for it. I won't do it. Not even Piglet could convince me to do such a thing.
Thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it. And thank you for the follow, Zalfira. I heard a lot of talk from you during talking with Origination. Couldn't keep that name out of their mouths, Zalfira. I hope that you're doing well. I hope y'all enjoyed the stream. We're going to actually raid somebody. I will be back tomorrow, and we're going to be playing Raft, and it's going to be awesome. Thank y'all for watching me and also watching Origin because it was fun and everything. I love this picture. I also flipped it to make it even better. It's really a lot. It's really a lot. I think I actually have, if I'm not mistaken,
There we go. We could put this on while we're looking for a raid. But tomorrow we're gonna be gaming. Then the next day we're doing marbles. It's just a whole lot of stuff. It's a whole lot of stuff. Since we are since we have Origins peeps and we have my peeps, and I always think of Opes whenever I think of these peeps, we should raid Ramen McDad playing Splatoon 2. Ramen McDad is very cool, and we love them. We love them and they're cool and everything. So we should go say hi to Ramen. It made it sound like I was setting us up to raid Opes, but Opes is not live, so that's literally not even an option. So y'all can stop being silly. Y'all can stop being silly for 2 seconds. We're gonna do a raid. Happy birthday to our birthday beans, and also glad to see you, Miles. Always cool to see you. And we shall shmove out. We shall shmove out, and I'm gonna say like we're just gonna say Squirrel Raid. Why not? Why not? Listen, some of y'all don't even know who Squirrel is, but Squirrel is my sweet little mascot, my little mascot baby, my little baby. But we're just gonna say Squirrel Raid. We're gonna raid in, say hi to Ramen McDad, make their day a little bit more fun, and make some chaos, some mayhem, some trouble. And I will see y'all over there, and then tomorrow as well. Thanks so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. Love y'all all. Take care of yourselves. Drink water. Touch grass. And let's raid ramen, shall we? Ramen McDad. My dad's made out of ramen. Delicious. Okay. And then I'm also going to say shouts out to my mods for watching over the chat. Thank y'all so much. Linz and Alchemic were here. Die was here for a minute. Jedi's never here. Jedi never's here. Unbelievable. Thank you so much to the VIPs that have been here for forever, supporting me for months, years, millennia even. Thank you so much. Lemonberry, Zombie Food, Lady Pink Monster, King of Squirrel, Malice, Crane Couple, the Mushroom Gal, aka Fungal Female, and Tayaki P, and Sunny Sola. Thanks so much, Tayaki, for the games. Thanks so much for the games. Stenner's not here, but we were also played with Zombie Food. Thanks so much for the games. Thanks again, Origin. Hope y'all had a wonderful time. Malice, it's good to see you here at the end. We'll see you later. Zalfiera, thank you very much for supporting my friend Origin and for being here as well. And I will see y'all soon. All right, let's go say hi to Ramen. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Have fun. Love you. Beep, boop, beep, boop. Bleep, bloop, bleep, bloop, 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 bloop.